Good evening, everybody. Sorry, Chris, Ms. Rush? That's okay, don't worry about it, we'll go steady, but I wanted to go ahead and get us called to order. Good evening, everybody. It is a pleasure to see so many people here. I love it when people come to Chambers. Whether you're here for an exciting reason or not, I'm thrilled you're here, so welcome. I'm going to go ahead and call to order today's meeting for March 3rd, 2026, and I will call upon Councilmember Griffith for the moment of reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll now lead us all in a moment of silent reflection. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
One second, apologies, folks. All right. Oh, we have Cub Scouts with us, so folks, I sincerely apologize. This is an error on my part. I did not realize we have Cub Scouts in the room. So if everybody is amenable, and by the way, that was one of the most awesome pledges I've ever heard in this chamber, I would like to invite the Cub Scouts up to lead us one more time, and we're going to do it right this time. My apologies, Cub Scouts. Get up here. Wonderful. And now I would like to invite the troop up to each of you come up and give your name, share your troop number. And do you guys have different rankings or are you all Cub? We are all Webelos. All Webelos, perfect. So there's a microphone right there. If you just want to jump up and give us your name real quick, each of you. Introduce yourselves.
My name is Dexter. My name is Juniper.
My name is Claire, and I'm in Pack 667.
My name is Timothy.
My name is Desmond, and I am in Pack 667.
My name is Isadora Avram, and I am in Pack 667.
My name is Sam, and I am in Pack 667.
Thank you, Pack 667. We really appreciate you coming and joining us tonight. All right, with that, Ms. Rush, will you be able to do the roll call?
Mayor Simpson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon. Councilmember Ambrose.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer. Councilmember Griffith.
Here.
Councilmember Levison.
Here. I need a motion to excuse Councilmember Ambrose.
Mayor, I move to excuse Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer for an excused absence.
All votes are cast. That passes 5-0. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer are excused absences. Thank you. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for February 17th, 2026. Were there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, those stand approved. Next, we have recognitions and communications. I will turn it over to Councilmember Ambrose for the presentation of the after prom checks.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Each year at this time, the City Council acknowledges the partnerships of school staff, parents, local business, and Arvada school resource officers, and others who join together to create a free, safe place for high school students to meet after prom. With elaborate decorations and creative themes, high schools are transformed into imaginative places for students to gather. All night and into the early morning, they can eat, play games, win prizes, and safely party with friends at no cost. These after-prom parties provide a safe alternative to high-risk behaviors. Each school has a committee of parent volunteers who spend countless hours collecting donations, planning, preparing for, and staffing these events. It's estimated that each school hosts nearly 500 students, impacting 2,500 teens at after-prom parties. Tonight, we recognize the committee representatives from our local high schools who are committed to making these events a success on behalf of young people in Arvada and present each of the high schools with a cash donation. So I'd like to call down the representative for Arvada High School, Principal Caroline Frazzi. For Arvada West High School, Principal Micah Porter. For Pomona High School, Principal Patrick Rock. For Ralston Valley High School, Principal Micah Buening. And for Standy Lake High School, Principal Todd Rago.
He looks new today.
Would you all like to make statements about these after-prom parties?
Thank you.
All right, I'll just give you the money.
Thank you. All right, do the money. We'll,
And we also have Elks who would like to present you with cash checks as well. So thank you so much for your service.
welcome. All right.
Arvada West?
Yep.
Pomona? Not here. Okay, okay. Ralston Valley? And Stanley Line?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Eh.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for
Thank
taking
you.
care of our children.
Pomona, Ralston Valley. Okay. Stanley Lake. Yes.
Wonderful.
And then if we want to stand over here for a picture.
Yeah,
with all-
come on up. And Elks, you are invited to come up and join.
Nice.
Thank you very much for putting on those activities. I remember my after-prom party, and it was a lot of fun. Next, I will turn it over to Councilmember Davis for the proclamation for Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. So this is very important health information for everyone, including myself. But whereas a colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States among men and women, combined, and colorectal cancer is one of the few cancers that can be prevented with timely screening, 29% of eligible Coloradans are not up to date on screening. And whereas Black, Indigenous, and people of color, rural, and uninsured Coloradans disproportionately lack access to colorectal cancer screening, and colorectal cancer is the first and second leading cancer killer for those ages 20 to 49. And whereas Black Americans are 20% more likely to be diagnosed with colorectal cancer and 40% more likely to die from the disease than other groups, and Hispanic and Black men in Colorado are nearly 1.5 times more likely to die from the colorectal cancer. And whereas in Colorado in 2025, there were approximately 2,130 new cases and 750 deaths from colorectal cancer. And whereas the national goal established by the National Colorectal Cancer Roundtable is to strive to increase timely colorectal cancer screening rates to 80% in every community for all Americans eligible for screening. And whereas observing a colorectal cancer awareness month during the month of March would provide a special opportunity to increase awareness and offer education on the importance of early detection and screening of colorectal cancer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Arvada, Colorado, that the month of March 26 be designated as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in Arvada, dated the 3rd day of March 2026. So, go out and get your screenings. Is there anyone here to accept the proclamation? Awesome.
Welcome. We're going to give you the proclamation, do a quick picture, and then I'd love to invite you up to make a few quick remarks.
All right, wonderful. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. My name's Casey Bogenschutz. I'm the Director of Oncology at Lutheran Hospital. I'm also a volunteer for the Colorado Cancer Coalition Colorectal Cancer Task Force. And as a leader at Lutheran Hospital, I thank you for recognizing Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month and for your continued commitment to the health of our community. Lutheran Hospital has been proud to serve this community for more than 120 years. For generations, our hospital has grown alongside this community, caring for neighbors and families, and remaining deeply invested in improving local health. Colorectal cancer remains one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths in the United States, yet it's also one of the most preventable through screening and early detection. Each year, more than 150,000 Americans are diagnosed, and due to rising diagnosis rates in younger adults, screening is now recommended beginning at age 45. At Lutheran Hospital, our oncology service line is dedicated to meeting this challenge head-on. We provide comprehensive cancer care that includes prevention and screening, diagnostic services, surgical services, medical oncology, infusion therapy, radiation oncology, care coordination, and survivorship support. Our multidisciplinary teams work together to ensure patients receive timely, compassionate, and high-quality care close to home. We provide comprehensive cancer care that includes quality care close to home. This proclamation helps raise awareness, start important conversations, and encourage our community to take action, because screening truly saves lives. On behalf of Lutheran Hospital and the caregivers who serve this community every day, thank you for this recognition and for your partnership in advancing community health. Thank you.
And finally, I will call upon Councilmember Lovison for the proclamation of American Red Cross Month.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite those who are receiving the American Red Cross proclamation to come forward. You can come up to the podium along with any colleagues, friends, or family members. And then I'll just start with inviting you to share a few remarks, and then you kind of seen the way
Actually, you read the proclamation
just
first,
kidding. And then we'll do that. Alrighty, so whereas in March we celebrate American Red Cross Month by honoring our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in the city of Arvada. Every day their acts of kindness change lives, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. This compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross. And whereas last year, dedicated Red Cross volunteers opened emergency evacuation centers during wildfires and prolonged power outages, responded to home fires, and brought hope in times of darkness. And whereas today, those who serve with the Colorado region light the way during emergencies, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort after disasters, providing a safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing conditions like cancer treatment, childbirth complications, and traumatic injuries, assisting military members, veterans, and their families with 24/7 global support, or empowering individuals with skills like first aid and CPR that save lives. And whereas these collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. As we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up. No one faces an emergency alone. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council for the City of Arvada, Colorado, that March 2026 be designated as American Red Cross Month in Arvada, dated this third day of March 2026.
You're welcome to.
Wonderful. So we'll mix up the order. You go ahead and speak, and then we'll do the photo.
Okay, sounds great. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrea Miller. I'm the CEO for Colorado and Wyoming American Red Cross. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for announcing this as American Red Cross Month of the City of Arvada. We have 86 volunteers from the City of Arvada that have supported our work throughout the years, with over 2,200 volunteers across the state of Colorado and Wyoming together. We encourage during the Red Cross Month to look at how you can volunteer as a community, how do you serve the community, as so many of you do here, and the staff in the chambers, in serving our residents here in Arvada. Things like blood donations, serving in times of need during disaster, making sure that your CPR and first aid is up to date, so you can be that neighbor helping neighbor. We really appreciate the proclamation tonight.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm kind of glad Mayor Pro Tem Mormon isn't here right now because I'm going to take up his space for all my papers. Next, we're going to move into the public comment portion of tonight's agenda for items unrelated to the agenda. Now, I'm going to lay some ground rules because I see a lot of new faces here this evening. So this is for items that are not anywhere on this agenda. So if you want to come up and talk about your favorite restaurant or aliens invading Los Angeles, this is your opportunity to do so. So please come on up. We always request that you try to keep your comments directed to the council as well as try to keep the decorum of the chamber. We don't want anybody trying to address other members in the gallery or folks at home, specifically because we want to create an open and welcoming environment for all different opinions. You have 3 minutes, any 3 minutes you want, but please be respectful. We have a lot of folks to get through tonight, so please do try to wrap up on time. So with that, I will call your, I see, so that second. So I'm going to just call you up in the order by which I have you. If you've changed your mind and you don't want to go, that's okay. Just say no, sorry. Or you are also very welcome to say ditto if you liked what the person in front of you said. So with that, I will call upon Darlon Chang. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Darlon Chang, and I'm an Arvada resident at 6876 Juniper Court. I've also been a member of the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee for almost 4 years, and I served as chair of ASAC in 2024 and last year during the development of the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, or KSAP. I now serve as vice chair of ASAC in 2026, and I'm here to ask you all to vote for the KSAP next month because it will open doors for funding and collaboration that will save the city money and energy costs, provide the city resiliency and backup power during extreme weather events, and help the city pull its weight in meeting county and state goals for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I appreciate that city staff has worked diligently with ASAC for almost 2 years on the KSAP, and I'd especially like to thank our senior sustainability coordinator, Steve Russell, for getting the plan nearly ready for a vote. Along with the city staff and members of ASAC who provided feedback on the KSAP, there were hundreds of Arvada residents who submitted written and public comments last year. At the Winterfest this past Saturday, I was volunteer at the KSAP booth along with fellow ASAC members Kia Ruiz, Christy Klipka, and Alex Prey, and we got more feedback from the public. With temperatures close to 70 degrees last Saturday, Steve mentioned to visitors that during this winter, 45% of days had high temperatures of at least 60 degrees. In my 7 years here in Arvada, I've never experienced such a warm winter with so little snow, and I remember my first Arvada winter in 2019 had A lot of snow that I played with my then 10-year-old in and made snow people. With this in mind, I got feedback from several visitors that they saw more recycling and composting in previous cities that they lived in before moving to Arvada. And I heard from visitors that, like me, they had a power outage for 3 days of high wind speeds in December due to Excel shutting off power to avoid sparking a wildfire. We had a poster at the booth asking visitors, how do you do sustainability? I saw a preschooler draw a picture of sorting items at the recycling and compost bins at her daycare, while her father told me that they didn't have compost bins at their apartment for her to continue composting at home. I saw a picture on the poster of a child turning off the water while brushing teeth. There were several bikes drawn and comments supporting walking and biking to school. I talked with a visitor who wants more neighbors, friends, and family to talk about sustainability, and another visitor told me he wants to see baseline metrics in the plan, such as the percentage of the city's vehicle fleet that is all electric. Given this feedback, please take to heart while considering your vote that many Arvada residents, including ASAC members, see the KSAP as a good start for catching up with the sustainability practices that Arvada residents have experienced in other cities, and empowering residents to have sustainability and resilience in their daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well timed. Next, I will welcome up Pat Malone.
Good evening. My name is Pat Malone. I live in the Westwoods area of Arvada. And I'm here tonight because I'm very disturbed that council appears to be on a path to what?
No, please continue.
To limit public comment in some way. According to the Arvada Press article on this topic, Councilmember Pfeiffer looked at 24 meetings and found that only 9 of them had a first public comment period that averaged over an hour long, and apparently only 1 actually went an hour and 20 minutes. City staff found that the first comment period lasts for about 30 minutes on average. Neither of these statistics appear to show that there's a problem in my mind. Listening to the public's comments for up to 80 minutes one time in 24 certainly doesn't represent a hardship to my way of thinking. Councilmember Ambrose, according to this article, supports a time limit in case people from out of town were to come and hijack the public comments. I have to wonder if this has actually ever happened. Why would we limit Arvadans' vote, their voice, because someday somebody, or quote, lots of people from Denver might show up to speak for hours and hours about things that are irrelevant to Arvada? People who sign in to speak give their address. How about if lots and lots of people outside Arvada show up to speak, they are limited to a total of 15 minutes as an example. This could be part of the new policy. Thank you, Council Members Govesone, Davis, Griffith, and Mormon for supporting keeping the current practice of no time limit. And to Mayor Simpson and Council Members Govesone, Simpson, Ambrose, and Davis for expressing concern for pushing public comments on any topic behind public hearing comments. I'm here to state my strong preference that Council not make public comment changes that squash Arvadans' voices in any way. It would add insult to the injury already established of not allowing public comment from those joining by video. I don't think this would sit well for your people that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and folks, my apologies, I should have said this at the beginning. We also request for the decorum of the chamber no applause, no booing, anything like that, simply because, again, we want to create that open environment for everybody. So next we have Len Clemens.
Good evening, Lynn Clemens. I'm the president of Westwood Villas HOA in West Arvada, and I'm here to talk about Ask Arvada. A couple weeks ago, one of my residents sent a note to Ask Arvada because we're concerned about all of the grassy area that we have to maintain outside of our boundary fence along McIntyre. We have about 900 feet, linear feet along McIntyre, and we have not one but 2 grassy areas outside of our fence. We're looking ahead to the water issue come summer, and we're looking really hard for some advice from the city as to what we can do to actually start pulling up the grass, getting rid of the grass, not only because it is hard to maintain, but it takes a lot of water, 900 feet times 8 feet, and then another 900 feet times about 10 feet. So we have 2 long strips of grass. And the email that was sent through Ask Arvada was looking for some help from the city as to what would be appropriate to removing the grass and what we can put instead of grass. So I would like to ask whoever's in charge of Ask Arvada to dig up this email, and I can provide the woman's name and the email address later. But this is going to be a serious problem, especially with so little water that we've had all year, and we would like to get ahead of this problem before our landscapers get real busy. So I think any help I can get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have David Finch. Mr. Finch? Oh, there you are. I see you. Come on up. And I do have a note here that you would also like to go again at the end. So,
You know how I am.
yeah, we're good. I got you.
Hi, my name is David Finch. I live at 8611 West 54th Place in Arvada, not too far from this chambers. I've talked to you guys about handicapped accessibility in Old Town Arvada, and I'm going to talk a little bit. This is my introduction for these first few minutes. I'd like you all, as you're sitting here thinking of everything else going on in the meeting, to think about inclusion and what it means for you as an individual and what inclusion might mean for your grandparent or for your little child in a stroller. There are lots of issues around ADA access in the city, and I think the primary one, I would like to put the city on notice for this, is the ADA actually ties in the city under Title II. Any time there is on city property, or if there's an event on city property that the city is permitting, it too must follow the ADA laws, from what I understand. And I would suggest, rather than having your ADA coordinator look at it, you might want to have the city attorneys do a deep dive on this to kind of figure that out, because the city has now designated in Old Town Arvada streets have been closed off, and now they're designated for pathways for people. That now includes that property too, under the guise for the cities being responsible for ADA. So that's something for you all to think about. And there are blocking sidewalks. There are city ordinances, and we'll talk about that also, that are not being followed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Robert Treta.
Good evening, Council. I know you guys are thinking about rewriting the ordinance around short-term rentals and Airbnbs, and I'd like to contribute a little bit more insight into the matter. We are currently moving to Arvada to have a short-term rental to contribute to offsetting the cost of rising housing costs. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity to do that here in Arvada. Very welcoming to take advantage of that opportunity. Now, I know in 2020, you guys wrote an ordinance stating that an Airbnb operator can have 3 properties. To me, I think that was a huge mistake. So I'm glad that you guys are revisiting that ordinance, but to me, I am the dream Airbnb landlord. I will reside at the property, and I will also, it'll be my primary residence, and it will not take any inventory off the market. And I think these are the 2 concerns that council had last couple weeks with short-term rentals. One was taking inventory off the market, and number 2 was the safety of neighbors and guests. And to me, I am your dream short-term rental landlord. And I'd like to see priority given to landlords like me, types of landlords like me. I with spending a lot of time here, I realized that there are some LLCs that have 3 Airbnb rentals and live outside the city. To me, that is a problem. That does take inventory off the market. And it also, if the person's not residing there, it is a safety concern. So I think when you're reconsidering this ordinance, I think you should really look at how a landlord like me would be disadvantaged with some of the ideas that were kicked around here a couple weeks ago. And one of the ideas was this theory of saturation and limiting the number of Airbnbs in a certain district. And I think that would disadvantage somebody like me, especially if some LLC owned 3 of them down the street and I couldn't have one because there's a cap on it, so to speak, a quota. So I think that should really be looked at very, very hard in the next few months when you guys are formulating your decision on rewriting that ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, I have 3 additional signups, but I want to quickly flag that in the issue you wish to describe, you noted that it is related to the West Arvada Dog Park. That is on this evening's agenda, so I'm going to call the names. If you have a separate item that is not on the agenda, go ahead and come on up. Otherwise, just wave, and I'll know to move you to the agenda part of this evening's portion. So it is Michael Lankto. All right, we're going to move you. Chris Whalen. We're going to move you. And Kay Adams. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. We're going to be coming to that. Is there anyone else in chambers at this time who wishes to speak on an item not on this evening's agenda? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public comment, the first public comment portion of this evening's agenda, and I will move us into the consent agenda. We have 8 items on this evening's consent agenda, so bear with me as I read here. We are item number 1, R26-013, a resolution approving a license agreement by and between the City of Arvada and Jefferson County Public Library for the grant of a revocable encroachment license to install a canopy in the West 57th Avenue right-of-way. R26-014, a resolution approving a license agreement by and between the City of Arvada and Jefferson County Public Library for the grant of a revocable encroachment license to install a retaining wall and fence at 5726 Wadsworth Boulevard, Old Town Square. R26-015, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and HDR Engineering, Inc. for professional engineering consulting services related to the raw and finished infrastructure project in connection with the replacement treatment plant program in an amount not to exceed $2,544,200. R26-016, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Diamond Contracting Corp. For the 2025 water main replacement project number 25-WA-01 in an amount not to exceed $4,767,757. R26-017, a resolution accepting an annexation petition for annexing certain land into the City of Arvada for residential property water service Martinez Annexation Number 1, a 0.06 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street in the City of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, finding said petition substantially compliant with CRS 31-12-1071, and setting a public hearing for April 21st, 2026 at 6:15 p.m. for City Council to determine whether the area meets the requirements of CRS 31-12-104 and 105 and is considered eligible for annexation. R26-018, a resolution accepting an annexation petition for annexing certain land into the City of Arvada for residential property water service Martinez Annexation Number 2 at 1.11 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street in the City of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, finding said petition substantially compliant with CRS 31-12-1071, a setting public hearing for April 21st, 2026 at 6:15 p.m. for the City Council to determine whether the area meets the requirements of CRS 31-12-104 and 105 and is considered eligible for annexation. R26-019, a resolution authorizing an amendment between the City of Arvada and Meta Urban Design, LLC for professional services relating to management and development of the comprehensive plan in an amount not to exceed $700,000 in fiscal year. And 2026-020, a resolution authorizing a modification to the Adams County Open Space Grant Agreement number OSG 2018-00015. Councilmember Levisone.
I was just looking to reserve the motion.
You
when my
have it.
time is-
You may make it. Go for it.
If I may, could I just make a correction in the last one?
Yes.
You were reading so quickly and doing so well, but for R26-019, it should be not to exceed $700,000 in the first year.
Oh, first year. Thank you, not fiscal year. Appreciate that. All right, Councilmember Levison.
Perfect. I move that consent items numbered R26-013 through R26-020 be approved.
All votes are cast. That passes 5-0. Thank you very much. With Councilmember Pfeiffer and Mayor Pro Tem Mormon being in excused absence. Next, we have first reading, Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that CB 26-005, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 18 Buildings and Building Regulations of the Arvada City Code through the adoption of general and administrative provisions and the adoption by reference of the 2024 International Building Code, the 2024 International Residential Code, the Colorado Low Energy and Carbon Code based on the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code, the 2024 International Existing Building Code, the 2024 International Fuel Gas Code, the 2024 International Mechanical Code, the 2024 International Plumbing Code, the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, the 2024 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, the most current National Electric Code from the National Fire Protection Association, and the adoption of penalties for violations thereof, and CB 26-006, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 42, Fire Prevention and Protection of the Arvada City Code through adoption by reference of the 2024 International Fire Code, published by the International Code Council and establishing penalties for violation thereof, and CB 26-007, an ordinance enacting a new Chapter 106 of the City Code of the City of Arvada, Colorado, relating to the establishment of the Arvada Wildfire Resiliency Code, be approved on first reading, ordered, published in full, and a public hearing set for March 24th, 2026 at 6:15 p.m.
All votes are cast. That passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer being excused absences. Next, we have the ratification and approval of CP 2025-005, a resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado, adopting the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan as Arvada's 3-mile plan pursuant to Section 31-12-1051E CRS as amended. Mr. Smetana, I believe you have this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is an annual request or an annual resolution related to the Colorado Municipal Annexation Act, basically stating that the Arvada Comprehensive Plan satisfies our requirement as the 3-mile plan per the state statute, and that we have not had any annexations outside of that area.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith.
I'd like to reserve the motion if there's no discussion.
You have the motion reserved. Ms. Morris, this is not a public hearing. We do not require public comment on this item, correct?
I don't believe we do, but
No.
yeah,
No, we don't.
confirmed. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Griffith, I see no other lights. You have the motion.
Thank you. I move that CP 2025-0005, a resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado, adopting the 2014 Comprehensive Plan as Arvada's 3-mile plan pursuant to Section 31-12-1051E CRS as amended, be ratified and approved. This motion is based on the findings of fact adopted by the Planning Commission.
Thank you. All votes are cast. That passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer being excused absences. I will next open the public hearing portion of this evening's agenda, and I'm going to open up the big item, why everybody's here. But before we get to the public comment, I also do want to quickly address something. We have been made very aware of a rumor going around, particularly on social media and through the channels, that perhaps we're looking at taking over the West Arvada Dog Park or the disc golf course and building over it. And I want to clearly state to all of you right now, that is not true. We are not looking at closing the West Arvada Dog Park or seizing it for anything else, nor are we transferring administrative approval to a director that would then afford them that power to do that. That is not true. So everybody's still welcome to speak. I love the dog bark too, and I want to hear all about how special it is, but I just wanted to reassure everybody right now, we are not looking at closing or taking over this dog park, okay? All right. With that, I'm going to open CB 26-002, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 66, Parks and Recreation of the Arvada City Code, Ordinance Number 4918. Mr. Stevenson, our VCN Director, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, Council. Joining me for this item is our city attorney that is assigned to us, Janelle Miller. So I will handle a portion of this, a bit of the recap, and some of our purpose, and then hand over the presentation that goes into many of the articles. So to begin with, a bit of recap. If you can recall, Chapter 66, as you've noted, of our city code regulates parks and recreation, and the last complete rewrite was, that occurred in 1981 when we went through a whole rewrite. Though there have been edits made throughout the years, they've been a bit of a piecemeal approach, early, mid-'80s, early '90s, early 2000s, and then the last was in 2011. You'll recall also that we did present this item to our advisory council as well. At the Arvada Parks Advisory Council at 2 meetings at the end of last year. I believe their November meeting, also October meeting. We didn't receive any substantive feedback to report at that time, though we did some education about the chapter itself. And then here at your workshop in January, we presented those proposed changes and those edits that we wanted to incorporate at that time, too. So it leads us to the purpose again. The point here is to repeal and reenact the chapter. We need to modernize the information that's there to the existing rules and regulations, and to enact new legislation that is in line with the best, with the industry's best practices for use of all of our city's recreational assets and the facilitation of sound management techniques. So that is in large part the point of this reenactment. So here's your overdraft. I'm going to hand it over in just a moment here to Janelle, but she will walk us through what those changes are. I believe you also received redlined items as well. She'll cover that. But it's Article 1 through 4 here, the administration and management of recreational resources, unlawful acts, the Lund Reservoir, and then our city-operated golf courses. With that, I'll hand it over to Janelle.
Thank you. All right, so yeah, like Mr. Stevens said, just stated, we did come back to the workshop back in January to present on these changes, but we did have a number of members from the public request a red line, so we did complete that, and it is included in your packet. I will say, due to the immense amount of reorganization that the chapter underwent, I'm not sure how helpful that is, so I did want to just kind of run through the articles that are outlined here on the screen to kind of go through the changes that were actually made to that chapter. And I'm going to start here in Article 1. So Article 1 of Chapter 66 is currently reserved. We actually do not have one. So there's nothing in the city code existing on the administration or the management of our recreational resources. So what was added is essentially just putting into writing what the VCN director's day-to-day obligations and responsibilities consist of, and what the director needs to consider when they are performing those responsibilities. So this really just provides that policy direction from council, for example, what the big picture when managing those recreational assets, like what they need to consider. So the the VCN director must manage our resources in a way that maximizes the enjoyment of the resources to all users, that they reduce the potential health and safety risks to those users, and they promote resilience and sustainability, things like that. those are the policy directives that are in the code that should always guide the decisions related to parks and recreation. So what we're doing, and what the goal was to kind of codify those responsibilities in a way to increase transparency so that the public also knows, for example, what their expectations are, or what the expectations are of the directors. When we're giving the director authority to issue a permit, well, if I'm going to receive that permit as a resident, I would like to know what my expectations are and how I comply with those permit conditions. What do they consist of? That's what we really were trying to put into Article 1. And I think this is the one provision that we did include in the article that pertains to the director's role when it comes to the return of waterfront properties related to utilities. So I think this is the section that's probably caused a little bit of a stir, so I thought it might just be helpful for us to review the actual language of the code so that we can clear up potentially any misconceptions about what the VCN director's authority is. So the language of the statute reads, consistent with existing law and upon request of the city manager, the director may ensure that a recreational resource that is situated on property owned by the city's water fund be returned for use to the city's utilities department. These recreational resources include, but are not limited to, the Arvada Blend Reservoir, the Bird's Nest Disc Golf Course, and the West Arvada Dog Park, and any other recreational resource that is created in the future upon property that is owned by the city's water fund. So one goal of the Chapter 66 rewrite was to ensure that our city code does account for all of the different types of recreational resources that the city either owns or maintains, and it does provide the policy direction for their use and their management. So that is why we did go in and we added the sections to define what a park is, what is open space, what are our urban design amenities, all of those things. We were trying to account for the different types of property, and that is inclusive of some properties that we have out west that are owned by the water fund, but they have not actually been dedicated officially as parks. So those three that are listed explicitly in 6613, when we were purchasing the land for the existing water treatment plant, we bought, we purchased it using the water fund, which is one of the city's 5 enterprise funds, and we purchased that land. It sits upon we purchased where it sits and all of the vacant land that's surrounding that, and that's where the West Arvada Dog Park is currently located. So the water fund, which has its own kind of defined structure, that is what actually owns the properties that are listed here, and they're essentially loaning them to the city for use, and it's kind of similar to a use agreement, essentially. The water fund is granting the city permission to use those properties, but it never actually transferred ownership interest. So the city is trying to make best use of this space by allowing for access by the public to those areas to be used for things like a water or a dog park, but it was intentional in not erecting any sort of large or semi-permanent or permanent structures like a playground in the event that it does at some point need to go back to utilities. Again, that's not our intention with the actual dog park, and what this provision does is just provide some sort of process if that is ever actually needed. So this provision does not direct the VCN authority or the director to bypass any sort of applicable legal procedures. It doesn't give him the authority to unilaterally make any sort of decisions related to the property. All it says is that we need to account for these types of unique resources, and we need to have a procedure in place for how they make their way kind of back to their rightful owners per se. But again, the city has no intentions of closing the dog park or anything like that. The only thing that we were putting on paper was to just try to account for the unique resources that we have out west. All right, so that covers Article 1. Article 2 captures unlawful acts. So like I said, the packet does include a red line, but since I know that's a little bit more difficult to follow, what I did was create a comparison table to show the integration of those regulations. So all of the regulations that are currently on the books in Article 2 have been incorporated right back into Article 2. They just have different section numbers. We did expand some regulations related to vehicles and parking, hazardous activities, and animals to more clearly define what type of conduct is prohibited. And we also did add 2 regulations, one that pertains to permit violations, and then the other is criminal mischief, so destruction of a recreational resource. That was actually in a different just part of the code. It's always been illegal. That conduct has never been permitted, but it's coming out of 62 and it's going into 66. Okay, and then our third article here regulates the Arvada Blend Reservoir. Again, I did create another table to show that the current regulations were all incorporated into this new draft. The only exception is 6621, which is park permit fees for groups containing 3-2 beer. 3-2 beer is not sold anymore, so there was no real reason to actually include that in this rewrite. And there is a provision in Article 1 that regulates the issuance of permits. It sets forth the permit conditions. Anything related to alcohol would actually be regulated under a different part of our section. But other than that, there was I don't think few substantive changes made to this particular article. This was a lot of just cleanup and reorganization in Article 3. So this last one is new though. So the code does not have much of anything directing the regulation of our 2 city-operated golf courses. So Westwoods Golf Course and Lake Arbor, they are recreational assets that are a little bit more unique, and they do require some either slightly different or slightly more different regulations. I put the example up on here, and unlike our other parks and recreational assets, alcohol is actually being sold on our premises. We are renting out city equipment to users. So given that, we felt it was more appropriate to have specific regulations for our golf courses that apply only to those 2 assets. So this article contains regulations related to the consumption of alcohol, renting or use of golf course, modifying our course grounds, fishing on course grounds, things like that. So those are all covered there. And that's about it for us. Any questions from council?
First, we will move into the public comment portion, and then I will open it to council for questions and discussion. So I'm going to just take all of you, same rules as before. Please, we request no applauding, no booing. If you like what the person in front of you, ditto is a very acceptable comment. But we understand what that means. We've done that quite a few times on big hearings, but it's your 3 minutes. You get to do what you want. And with that, I will call up Michael Langto.
Good evening. I just want to start off, thank the mayor and Councilman Griffith on really short notice when we got kind of first notice of this within the last week of meeting with a number of us and talking to us about our concerns, which you conveyed that there's no intention to shut the dog park down. And we've tried to convey that to other folks here. But we're still very, very concerned about the portion of this, the section 6613 that's been proposed, authority of the director. I've submitted a written comment and at Councilman Griffith's suggestion, some historical documents from the city when the dog park was first authorized, passed by the council then. Mayor Fellman was the mayor. The land was stated as being Arvada's land, the city of Arvada's land. There was no separate designation of any water fund that I have seen this, in terms of this, but it was set forth over that way. And we're just very concerned about, in essence, taking, shall we say, this being proposed, and when we raised some concerns, and those were brought to us by members of the Ralston Valley Coalition, that this ordinance was being proposed, that something was afoot. And we have since late last week found out that there's a need for a new pump station for utility, and one of the areas being considered is the northeast corner of the West Arvada Dog Park, along with parts of potentially the disc golf course. Just for historical knowledge, my wife and I have lived here for 31 years. Originally there was a phase 1. The eastern part of the dog park was first built. The fundraising was done by the public. The Jefferson County Open Space Foundation was the conduit for money to be donated, raised for that, and for a very long period of time, they took care of making sure to take care of, in essence, the books, money that was deposited, donated by the users of the park, were used to, in essence, for the upkeep, for the improvement. My understanding, although I was not involved in that, the actual building, the fences. There are any number, about 6 years ago, water lines were put in. Over $150,000 was raised for that, and we estimate hundreds of thousands of dollars were put into that. In any event, I can't get through everything. I've given my statement on this. Others will speak, but we just ask that the proposed section 1613 be either held in abeyance or rejected, and
Thank you.
I'll pass it on.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Chris Whalen.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Chris Whalen, and apparently also the doppelganger of Mr. Griffith here. Thank you for hearing my voice. I just kind of want to reiterate kind of how important the dog park is to us and kind of lay down some kind of some facts and numbers to it. My name is Chris Whalen. I'm a dog owner and frequent patron of the West Arvada Dog Park. I'm also a member of its board. My wife and I relocated here from Illinois 14 years ago. Proximity to the West Arvada Dog Park was the #1 factor in our decision to purchase our home in West Arvada. We don't have children of our own. We instead choose to spend our lives with dogs. I'm here today to strongly urge the City Council to preserve the current borders of the West Arvada Dog Park. It is the only true open space off-leash dog park that we have. Minimizing or removing the dog park to accommodate a pumping station should not be viewed as an option. I stated that I'm a dog owner, but I am also a high school math teacher with Jeffco Public Schools, so we are definitely going to talk numbers. Fact 1, by usage time, I calculated that the West Arvada Dog Park is the most used piece of public property in Arvada. It is used over 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. No holiday closures, no snow days. Within our city, that is, there's not a single school, courthouse, skate park, rec center, library, baseball diamond, soccer field that is used more often. So we should always seek to preserve that. Fact 2, dogs deserve to have an opportunity to play and run free. If we allow these opportunities for our kids to play and run free, we need to extend that same opportunity to our dogs as well. And even if you consider some individuals may have the luxury of letting their dog in the backyard, 32% of Arvadans do not have a backyard. They're condos, apartments, townhomes, etc. Fact 3, 47% of Coloradans own dogs, which makes us the largest minority in Arvada. And I have a couple calculations here. It seems that it only accounts for less than 1/20th of 1% of our total land usage. And in terms of the parks and open space land uses, we are less than 1/4 of 1%. Again, kind of echoing the notion that this should be preserved now and in the future. In addition, going along with that, on Arvada's website, it boasts that our city has over 150 miles of outdoor trails. My kind of response is to make sure that we keep the one we have. West Arvada Dog Park, the outer loop is 0.57 miles.
Sir, with respect, your time is expired.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Kay Adams. Oh, I heard a ditto? Excellent. Well, thank you. Next, Mr. Rawlick, Mike Rawlick, who I know is not a ditto.
You read me like a book. All right, my name is Mike Rawlick. Thanks, Council, and thanks, Mayor. This is not a rumor. This is fact. This was something that was put on the Arvada's website that described 4 places. But I want to talk about trespass. Trespass users, a new power of the director seems to circumvent due process. It now says the director may good cause limit, restrict, revoke, or otherwise prohibit the access or use of any recreational resource by any user reasonably deemed by the director to be in violation of any applicable city or state law. State law. We don't even know all the state laws. If there's a state law, you can accuse me of breaking a state law, then the police would have to come and enforce that, and then I would go see a judge. So currently, the thing, if you get a no trespass order, from what I read, it can be issued, the police would have to come, give you one that's good for 14 days. Then I would be told to go to court. Then that would be heard for its veracity of the claim. It could be up to 1 year if the judge says, you know what, yeah, you did trespass, here's a no trespass order. Or if I didn't show up, by default, it shows up to be 1 year. Now, director's authority would say the director for make good cause trespass any person from a recreational resource. And it says may remain in effect for no more than 6 months following the date of director's notice. How do you get it? You don't have to be given it summarily anymore. You can be mailed it or served it. So his last known mailing address is how you can get it. So now I could be told possibly I can't go to a park by mail. And then I'm already guilty because now instead of going to a judge to hear if this is a good trespass order or not, to see if I actually was guilty, I already have to appeal. I'm already guilty. Appeal director's action. A person who has been trespassed from the recreational resource may appeal the director's action by filing within the Arvada Municipal Court within 14 days of the director's notice as a written request for review of the director's action on a form prescribed by the court, whatever that is, along with a statement or other evidence explaining why there was not good cause for the director's action. So not only am I already guilty, I have to ask to not be guilty. I have to say there's not good cause. I actually was innocent. That's a very weird thing. And then should the hearing officer determine that there was not sufficient evidence in the record to support the director's action, the sole remedy is that I will be allowed to return to that recreational resource. There is no review of why these orders are given out or what have you. This was tried in HB 24-1296, vexatious requester, where a records custodian was going to be able to determine that a person was a vexatious requester, and unilaterally the whole Colorado legislature decided that's a bad idea because you can't have someone given the power of a judge and a jury. You know, they can now suggest you are, and then the court would have to decide if you are. You can't be labeled by another person like that. Consequently, we'd love this thing to be tabled. There's a lot going on, a lot of powers here. And as far as the land goes, the 1986 annexation notes are in a storage building. The court custodians are getting them. I suggest we hear that before we figure out if this is literally a waterfront property.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Patrick.
Good evening, and thank you very much. I'll start off and say government's authority should only come from consent. Somebody wise said that. It wasn't me. I looked it up. Talking about 6613, we got an issue with taking the entire power of the city council, of the voters, and giving it to one guy, the director. We object to the apparent blatant and unnecessary attempt to allow one person to go through enactment of proposed ordinance subsection 6613 to take all control over all aspects of the West Arvada Dog Park, Disc Golf Park, and other portions of land surrounding the reservoir. Given control to one person who's an administrator, not an elected official, is very rarely a good idea. Okay, it hasn't worked well in a number of cases. People have tried to represent this to us as not any real change. That's false. This is drastic. This is unnecessary. It's all in the language of 6613. This takes away the requirement to hear the voices of the residents of Arvada who regularly use and have contributed to the creation and upkeep and involvement of the West Arvada Dog Park. It's a bad idea. Given the director the ability to close, make decisions, adjust, without any consent of the users, of the management of the park, they've got a board of directors, city council, me, that's not a good idea. I'm going to close, we got about a minute left, and remind everybody that Arvada's great. We got a lot of amenities that other communities don't have, but keep in mind that government that's big enough to give you everything you want is also big enough to take it away. So consider 6613 and a rewrite of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we welcome Stephanie Shivers.
I'm not on the board, I'm a volunteer, but, God, I hate this. I commonly do poop patrol, but my other name is Cooper and Luna's mom. And so Cooper won't walk in the neighborhood. So we go to the dog park because I have 2 dogs that are 2 different ages, and one just likes to walk and the other one is a wrestler. So this park enables me to be able to take both of them out, get both of their needs met, and not have any issues. Cooper's afraid of noises, so the park is fenced in. If he is scared, he can go to the gate and wait until I get there. We've gone to other dog parks. Westminster Dog Park is not gated in, and he has run to the parking lot, which also my other dog runs to the parking lot, which is also a terrible idea. So I just wanted to say that this park is a safe space for a lot of the people there, and it's a huge community that goes there. And we make friends, we have play dates, us volunteers take care of the park and do projects, poop cleanup, all the above. So I would really appreciate if you guys thought about this again and not take even a little bit of space from the park, because it's big enough for everybody to enjoy. Making it smaller would create problems and not enable dogs to have enough place to play. It's our happy place, it's our safe space, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Next, we will welcome Amy Hyder.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for having us. I am actually speaking on behalf of Katie Martin, who started the dog park. I emailed in my own thing, so I'm going to read what she told me. My name is Katie Martin. I moved here about 30 years ago, and at the time I wrote the animal control person. I inquired why they didn't even have an off-leash dog park. Wouldn't that be a good idea to have one? She agreed. She suggested that I have meetings at my house, so I did. I held meetings with other dog owners in my neighborhood, and a representative from the board also attended. We all agreed we thought it would be a great idea, but it took years to convince the city. The head of parks and the Parks Department at the time showed me a plot of land along Ralston Trail. That fell through. He came up with this land then on 64th Avenue. His words at the time were, "You can have this land. It's full of rocks and snakes." And at the time, we said, "We'll take it." This Arvada Dog Park has become a gathering place where great acts of kindness happen here. If you look, and all you see is fenced-in area where there are dozens of smiling dogs running free and having a great time, you're not really looking close enough. You need to see the concern when a woman who arrives every day at 7:15 is missing, and the action taken then to discover why and find out how we could help her. Or you haven't seen the people who pick up someone else's dog because they're too sick and they can't walk that day. They'll bring that dog and their dog along to the off-leash dog park. Or sometimes there's someone who will volunteer to help a family who's undergoing some trouble. It's not just the seniors who may or may not live alone who have found friendship, warm welcome, and a smiling face. There are also young adults who come here, move here all alone, and then they acquire new friendships at the dog park. It doesn't matter your politics, religion, or income. All are welcome here. In a time when the cities are grappling with how to alleviate loneliness, at the West Arvada Dog Park has solved it. This dog park is more than just an off-leash park. It is a community. It is vital to all age groups, mental and physical health. Please keep this wonderful dog park open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christine Sanborn.
I am Christine Sanborn. I am a member of the board. Oh, yeah, short. I am Christine Sanborn. I am a member of the board. I've been taking my dogs to the park for over 15 years. And I kind of decided I wish I could just bring my puppy and put him right here. And he's the cutest golden you'll ever see. And I wouldn't have to say anything. He'd just have a sign, please save the park, because it's very good. I mean, if you think about mental health, everybody talks about it now. This place does help many people with emotions, finding other people to talk to. It's just, like she said, it's a community, and we do love the park. So I agree with everybody that said the other stuff, so I guess I'm saying ditto.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick Bertay, or Bertel.
Close enough.
I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Rick Bertel, and I'm also on the board at the dog park. I wanted to share a little bit of information as far as our fundraising and kind of that portion of everything. In late 2023, we faced an important turning point. For a lot of years, Jefferson County Open Space had generously served as our free fiscal agent. That meant that they could accept tax-deductible donations on our behalf and provide the nonprofit umbrella that we needed to fundraise for the organization. In late 2023, they informed us that they could no longer continue in that role. While this change presented a challenge, it also created an opportunity. Rather than slowing down, we chose to become a more independent and sustainable by forming our own 501c3 nonprofit organization. Becoming a 501c3 was not just a paperwork exercise, it was a strategic move that allowed us to continue to accept tax-deductible donations, apply for grants, increase transparency and accountability, build long-term financial stability, and also strengthen community trust. This process required forming a board, drafting bylaws, filing incorporation documents with the state, and applying for federal tax-exempt status. It took a commitment, volunteer time, and collaboration, but it positioned us for a long-term success. Results speak for themselves. In 2025, we raised $12,425 in community support. That number represents more than dollars. It represents neighbors who believe in maintaining and improving a safe, welcoming space for dogs and their owners. We even have supporters who live out of state who make regular monetary contributions because of their connection to the park and the benefit that it brings them. Funds go directly back into the park for improvements, maintenance support, supplies, future enhancements that benefit the entire community. At the same time, we are very concerned about the proposed changes to the city ordinance affecting the dog park. We were disappointed that the board was not contacted for input and that the broader community voices were not actively sought during the discussion process. As an established 501c3, we now represent not only donors, both local and out of state, but an organized and engaged community of park users. We believe that collaboration leads to better outcomes, and we strongly support open dialogue between the city, our board, and the residents who use and support the park. West Arvada Dog Park is more than a fenced area. It's a gathering place for the community and for the investment in your quality of life. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Debbie O'Hara.
Good evening. My name is Debbie O'Hara, and I am on the board of West Arvada Dog Park. I use the park daily for the last 15 years. I take care of the dog park sponsorships. It's another way that we raise money for the park. The park industry, the pet industry is huge. We know that. It's a business community here that you may not be aware of that exists aside from the regular users who use the park. Our park is a valuable asset to businesses in Arvada and other areas like Denver, Thornton, and others. We have sponsors who hang banners on the fence at the park, and we have about 15. We have vet offices, realtors, pet training businesses, mortgage lenders, landscapers, pet stores, boarding facilities, and I could go on. As I talk to people at the park, as I'm there daily, and they express a need, it's really nice to go over to the fence and say, look, we have a sponsor that provides this service, because they're really anxious to support a business who supports us. So I'm asking in your decision, please understand that this is vital to us, it's vital to businesses, and it's vital to Arvada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tina Dirks.
Hello. I'll speak and enhance upon what's been said so far. What brings me here, of course, is the amendment to Section 66-13, and I recognize that there are other complications that go along with this. We speak tonight, and Laura and I appreciate that on behalf of this board that the park will not be closed, but there are complications, and I'll use the water pumps example to speak to here. One of the things I've noticed, the city is already operating to that new language. That we weren't contacted about that. The conversation's been going on for months. The board should have been notified. These are past practices that have happened within Arvada for the last 2 decades and have been very successful in our relationships and our practices and extending the utilization of that park. When we talk about that pump house, these discussions are in planning and haven't been explored with the dog park, but we're going to look at that closer. See, it's straightforward for me to pick up a topographic map of the city and say, oh, look here, there's an open space here, let's put a pump. The dog park goes around it, but that's done with naivety. It's not done with knowledge and understanding about what that park brings to the community and how it's utilized. There'd be I'm going to estimate here, a 20 by 20 cement enclosure dropped into that open space that's utilized by the park. It would inhibit and deter its usage effectively, and what our team here has spoken to and how it's utilized, the thought would be, oh, it's out of the way. But in truth, it's really an eyesore, and it's a detractant to the dog park and its full utilization. The open area that's in that park allows for a vibrant and off-leash dog park that accommodates the residents and their dogs. The open area is key to our dogs. It's walking, it's jumping, it's playing, it's chasing balls, it's sniffing. Guys, it's even pooping, right? Off-leash pooping. Where else does that happen? Seriously, in our community. It's true. In the dog park world, placing a pump house in that dog park is equivalent to taking that same cement 20 by 20 by 20 structure and placing it in the middle of one of those beautiful ballparks over there, sitting on the pitcher's mound, and then saying, let's play ball. Okay? We ask that we re-engage and participate with decisions about changes to the dog park. That's all we ask, and that we consider alternatives to changes that will impact the utilization. That's what we're asking tonight. I would like to, and asking very specifically, to strike this section of the proposed changes, retain what verbiage has worked successfully for decades, and leave it in place and allow us to maintain what we have. It's that simple. It benefits the city's business, it benefits the community, and we too are interested, as an example, in ensuring water in this community.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Mark Breeze.
Good evening, I'm Mark Brees. I want to focus on the governance issue before you. Staff has described the rewrite of 66 as a modernization and implementation of best practices. And to be fair, much of it is reasonable. Permit clarifications, wildfire protections, glass bans, clearer definitions, those aren't the concern. I heard what council's statement was about the particular words, but when you read the words, they would empower the director, upon the request of the city manager, to return land located on the waterfront property Land currently dedicated to recreational open space and zoned open space back to the utility use. That is not park management. That is a land use decision. Our understanding is today that authority rests with you, the council, through established land use processes. You were elected to weigh the competing interests, evaluate impacts, and make decisions on behalf of the entire community. Section 66 would shift that authority away from you. Conditional use review, zoning changes, planning commission hearings, these are not bureaucratic hurdles. They are safeguards designed to ensure transparency, substantive public input, and legislative accountability. Section 66 bypasses those safeguards. No one disputes the importance of water infrastructure. If a pump station is required, that is a serious public need. But how that need is evaluated, how locations are chosen, and how community impacts are weighed, those are decisions that belong in this chamber. The proposed language would remove meaningful land use review and concentrate authority within staff. That is inconsistent with the purpose of the charter and the structure of our land development code. Respectfully, we ask that you reject this portion of the rewrite. If utilities needs the land, bring forward a proposal through the established public processes, allowing planning commission review, public input, and ultimately council to vote. Delegating away that responsibility is delegating away a core reason you, the council, exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dylan Jacoby.
Maybe the only disc golfer here, but just wanted to show show my support. Johnny Roberts just got the stats for the #1 disc golf course in the country. Bird's Nest it's real close and gaining popularity. People bring their dogs and pets out there, so pretty much in solidarity with everything that's been said so far. If there is a need for a pump, that it could go through previous processes so we could have more input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we welcome Mike Schweitzer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nice to see you again. I'm going to, several people, including Mark especially, has ditto some of his comments. I'm going to make some of my own particular comments. The new red line, and I'm only reading a snippet of this, states the director has the power and authority to establish and enforce policies, procedures, rules, regulations, and codes of conduct. Arvada's own city charter states the director cannot establish regulations. I'm quoting from that. As a home rule city, Arvada creates regulations primarily through city council adopted ordinances, often guided by the land development code or building codes. The process involves public hearings, staff review, approval by council members to manage zoning, safety, and development. Making these red line changes that we received in that red line package a couple weeks ago is not appropriate. So the city would go from a public hearing on rules and regulations with an adoption of rules and regulations to the director authority, a non-elected public servant, not serving us as a public. Mark covered that as well. There's no need. What is the need for a change to these codes? Section 6633, Rules and Regulations, reads, the city manager may, after public hearing, adopt rules and regulations governing the use of public parks within the city. I can go on and on. Also, my own capstone of this is the decision you have before you, and we recommend that this be put on a moratorium for further evaluation. There's a lot, as Mike Rollick mentioned, there's a lot going on here. You have before you a decision to repeal your own authority and power. I find that ironic.
Thank you. Next, we have Gage Evans. All right, I heard a ditto. Next, we have Jennifer Anderson.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayor. My name is Jennifer Anderson. I'm a board member, and I apologize to everyone. I didn't wear my shirt today. I feel really bad. I wanted to talk about, we talked on the call, that Arvada is turning to density. A lot of density houses, a lot of people that don't have yards, and a majority of people that have dogs that use this dog park, and how important that is. I'm on the board. I'm also a business sponsor, and I'm also a dog owner. And this park is truly a blessing to my life. I was just wondering, with the comments from the director over here, maybe we can get an exception like the golf course does, and maybe we can learn how to govern ourselves and be a part of the city separately from the Parks and Rec. I also wanted to bring up, we have a lot of people that are ADA that come to the dog park and that use the dog park because they cannot walk their dogs. They cannot use those hundreds of miles of trails that we have because they can't walk that far. So using the dog park is very important to those communities and citizens of our great city. So I want to ditto a lot of the Chris facts and stats, and I wanted you to reconsider 6613, table it, and let's get this park and keep this park a special place for Arvada and Arvada residents.
Thank you. Next, we have Patty Shannon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Patty Shannon, West Arvada, actually the neighborhood closest to this affected area. I recognize you have a difficult job, and we certainly appreciate your service. I'm crossing through a lot of things on here, but I think the point that I want to make is this was unnecessary confusion. And I want to talk about the process. Even when we were shown the code and it was explained, that is not how it's heard. We're smart people. We read it. It says that, what we're concerned about. So I just want to recap a few things. I know some of it is duplicate, but I'm trying to cut that out. The city's Facebook post says there's no intention to close the dog park. That's great. The press release celebrates the preservation of open space, yet the city's own website now identifies portions of the golf course and the dog park as potential pump station locations. And in fact, we saw the people out there surveying it. That's how close we live. So it's not speculation, it's a published fact. Even if an amenity is not removed in full, converting a portion of that land into a pump station is still a land use change. So we've talked about the code. It should require public hearings and planning commission and council oversight. I don't want to reiterate that. But when those same properties are now under evaluation for utilities infrastructure, it creates the appearance that this code change could reduce or bypass the public hearing process that would be otherwise required. Even if that's not the intent, that's the effect the public sees, and perception matters. Because when changes that impact heavily used public parks are paired with a proposal to consolidate the decision-making authority, as we've discussed, it causes residents to question whether transparency is being reduced. If this ordinance does not change the requirement for a conditional use permit and public hearings, there should be no hesitation to explicitly require that in the code. If it does change that process, then the public deserves to know that before you vote. Trust is not built through administrative efficiency. It's built through open process. Tonight, you have the opportunity to rebuild trust by denying the request to grant this expanded authority, administrative authority, without a guaranteed public hearing requirement. So require transparency, require notice, require hearings. That's how you protect both the infrastructure and public confidence. Parks belong to the people, and the people deserve a voice before they're partially converted to utilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we welcome Suzanne Smith.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the city of Arvada, and the West Arvada Dog Park truly is our happy place. I was going to ditto, and I ditto what everyone else said before me, but I'm not just leaving it ditto because I'm confused by what I'm hearing this evening and what I read on the screenshot from the city of Arvada's website. And yet, I'm one of those people who blasted this all over social media. And the reason I did is because I read here that the sites, in no particular order, being considered for the pump station and related utilities include the northeast section of the West Arvada Dog Park. The sentence that's really concerning to me is it says, any selected site would not remove an amenity in full, but a portion of that amenity. I'm alarmed by that because I see the heavy use of the dog park, and I fear that any change to that northeast section could cause there to be more dogs and more people in a smaller space, reducing the safety of all the Arvada residents who use the park. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And ditto to the rest.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, we welcome Elaine O'Reilly.
I don't know all this data everybody else knows, but I agree with them. And I would not want the responsibility to be taken away from the council and given to a director when we don't give feedback. But I want to tell you personally, my dog is a certified therapy dog. And I take him 2 days a week to Golden Pond to visit with people in memory care. And the dog park is 10 minutes from there, and when I get done with memory care, we go to the dog park. And he runs around, and it's wonderful. And that's a chance for him to be better at what he does as a certified therapy dog, because he visits with other dogs, and actually my dog goes there to visit with people. He goes to each person, and they love him, and that's practice for what happens when he goes to the memory care. And I would not want any of this park to disappear. Last year, I went there 76 times with my dog, and I want to do that every year going forward as long as he and I can. So please secure it for us.
Thank you. Next, we welcome Scott Nelson.
I don't want to really repeat what everybody else has said, but here's the issue. We're all here. Everybody is here because we had no idea what was going on. We had no idea. And we have a very simple question. Why should we trust you? And why should we trust the authorities that you want to give the decision-making to? Because we have all talked, that's all we've talked about the last week, is how there is something going on and we don't know what it is. And we all look and we all try to find it out and we can't. We have no idea. All these people here, if we knew what was going on, we could have addressed it better. And I'm an attorney, and my fellow attorneys know, and they cited the ordinances. That's not the issue. The ordinances are not the issue. The issue here is why you have not been transparent. Why the city attorney's office has not been transparent. Everybody that I know that goes to the dog park is a community. We all work with each other. We all support each other. We walk dogs when people are on vacation. We do everything we can. And everybody has been concerned because the absolute lack of transparency. And to give this decision-making to one person who will not sit like you all are, they get to make a decision in the dark and that's what we feel like has already been done and may be done again, we're asking you to be honest with us. We're asking you to lay out what the proposal is so that we know, because we really don't. And you say, well, we may want to take a little bit of this park. Well, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Because we don't know. And if there's only one person making a decision, we can't go to him and ask because he won't tell us. The secrecy that's been going on with regard to this pump house has driven the entire population of the dog park crazy. And it's truly, truly wrong. If you want us to trust government, we're asking you to be transparent and be upfront with us so we can be upfront with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jocelyn Holman.
Hi, my name's Jocelyn. I just realized I might be one of the youngest people here. But I've been going to the dog park since I was this big, learning responsibility, learning to keep an eye on my dog, pick up poop, all that jazz. And it's been crazy how much it's grown from, we had like these little water jugs before there was any sort of cool machine thing. And people would take him home, would fill him up like as a kid, and we'd bring it back. Like, that taught me a lot. And there was even an Eagle Scout who started putting up some of the first sunshades. There's the expansion of the park. You know, there's just been so much of this has been community driven, and that, you know, I felt really lucky to have something like this. My dogs are happier when they get to go there. They bark less, which is great for my community, my neighborhood, because they don't like it when people bark or when dogs bark. So I think it's really been a really great thing. It's been driven by the community. I think kind of like on the other side of things, as we look at the language of all of the wordings and everything, and especially, you know, kind of hearing the statement that you guys aren't planning on removing it, but people here are finding things that are contrary to that. It's just really important that, you know, like people are saying about transparency, that we're able to come here, because for some people, if you guys vote yes on this and get rid of it, I mean, the issue here is the language, but this is like the last time some people are going to be able to come here and say, don't get rid of the dog park, because it's going to be with some person in a dark room. So I just think it's really important that while some people here might not be directly saying, please look at this passage, remove it, or take a look at it again, that's what they're saying as well, and what's the issue at hand. So again, just please consider taking another look at that, getting rid of it, even working with the board and seeing if there's a mutually beneficial thing here, considering so many Arvadans and Coloradans and Americans have put time and money into this place. And again, I was that small when I first started coming. I want to keep going to this as I get older. I want to build a family in Arvada and bring my kids here. So thank you.
Thank you. And next, we welcome Elizabeth Ashley.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Ashley. I operate Calvert Dog Training, and I work with many families here in Arvada. I'm also a licensed architect who has served on government review boards. So I appreciate how carefully crafted policies shape the communities we live in. The rules we put into our system matter. They guide what happens today, but they also shape what becomes possible tomorrow. The rule being discussed tonight creates a pathway for a certain type of change, but it does not appear to allow the same opportunity for other types of changes that residents may want to consider. Because of that, I encourage you to think carefully about what this precedent creates. Spaces like the West Arvada Dog Park support responsible dog ownership, animal welfare, and community connection. Thanks, guys. In my professional experience, access to resources like this helps people provide the level of care that allows them to keep their animals. When those spaces disappear, the impacts often shift elsewhere, including the increased pressure on shelters and public resources that care for animals. I know you want to hear from your constituents, especially about property that is clearly loved and widely used. So I respectfully ask that these lines be reviewed once more with input from your constituents and thoughtful consideration of how we not only keep everyone safe today, but how we keep our community safe in the future. Taking a moment to revisit these lines with community input is not a delay. It's how strong decisions are made. The policies we write today shape the community we live in tomorrow, so I ask that we take the time to get this right. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. That is all the signups I have that were willing to speak. I do have a stack here of names who entered their information into the record, but they opted not to speak on the form. So please note that what you signal to us will be included into the public record. We do have that. I also want to provide opportunity now for anyone who didn't sign up or who's maybe in this stack but changed their mind. If you would like to speak now, this is your opportunity. All right, Ms. Clemens, come on back.
Lynn Clemens, president of Westwood Hills HOA. I have an editorial question. As I read through some of the changes, I noticed that for the golf, they say golf cars instead of golf carts. And I looked up the difference between a golf car and a golf cart. And it seems like a golf car holds 4 people and golf carts hold 2. So this is an editorial question in the whole writing of the golf piece, the golf course piece. And I was just like, someone to look into that and see if it's really golf carts they mean and not golf cars. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give, please come forward. If you have not completed one of these, we would ask that you do so before you leave and quickly state name and address for the record.
Yes. Julie Suker, 7577 Lupine Court in Saddlebrook, West Arvada. I became a first-time dog owner, dog mom, about 2 years ago. My dog had been a very shut down, very shy. Took me a while to get her a little bit socialized just by walking through my neighborhood. I started attending going to the West Arvada Dog Park about September 2024. And the growth of my dog from becoming a very shy, scared animal to becoming this belle of the park. She's like the deputy, the mayor, the sheriff. This is an amazing community for the dogs. It's an amazing community for the people that go there. I'm single, I'm a senior. This is my primary social activity of the day. I'm there almost every day. I put a lot of effort into sprucing up our park. It's an amazing resource. I would hate to see any part of it go away. Somebody stated that the pump station is 20 by 20. What I've read is 90 by 90. That's the size of a baseball diamond infield. That's quite large, quite intrusive. Transparency is incredibly important. My reading of 6613 is very different from what I'm hearing from Honorable Mayor and City Council. So revisit the language, because what you are saying it represents is not what most of us are reading it to represent. Too much authority in one person's hand is not a good thing. This park is very important to so many of us. It's truly the heart and soul of Arvada's dog community. Please preserve it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers? Please come on forward. Blue shirt, I see you first. And then next to him, you can go next. Or next to her, sorry.
It's Shauna Bellamy and 15102 West 69th Place. I just moved into Arvada 3 weeks ago, and we moved here and we chose the address because of the park. And what I'm hearing tonight is we have no intention of taking the dog park away, but we're giving authority to take the dog park away. And I'm also struck by the fact that we have gone to the dog park, and this dog park has been built essentially by the community. And it has been paid for essentially by the community. And I don't understand how a water district can then have any authority whatsoever to take something away that the community has built and paid for. And that, to me, is a serious problem. It's not even, it's not taxpayer dollars, it's private funding, and it's sponsors. And this dog park is amazing. I am amazed at, there's separate little gated areas for people whose dogs maybe can't play with the other dogs. There is, my dog is out of control crazy energy, and we had to move into a townhome from a house. If that dog park wasn't there, my neighbors would be insanely annoyed with us. So everything that everyone else has said, ditto. And hey, I'm also hugely, I don't play disc golf, but yeah, disc golf. Sure. Sure, I'll put my thumbs up for that. But please, change the wording. There is, I can't think of any justification whatsoever for changing that, given how this dog park came to be, given how it has been maintained. And it seems to me that if it's not Parks and Rec, it should be turned, the land should be turned over, or it should be turned over to the board. That's it.
Thank you. All right. And welcome to Arvada.
My name is Stacey Olson. I did fill out a form, but apparently not correctly, so I'll make sure that that's correct. So I think just the showing here for the dog park shows how many people really care and the confusion that was going on around this. I will say I am also a little concerned just about how this came to our knowledge and that our board was not notified. And obviously they did a lot of work in a very short amount of time to get as many people as possible at least aware of what was going on. So I will say in the limited time that I had, I did as much research as I could. And I will say I do understand a little bit now about the needs of the water pump and the location and the requirements that are needed and the land surveys that were done. So I can understand why this area is important. And so what I will say, this may not be hugely popular with the dog park people, but is just to say that if you do decide, or if it is decided, not thrilled with the director position either, but if it is decided that this land is the most cost-effective and convenient and efficient way to have a new water pump created, that you create a like-for-like space for a new dog park that is the same size, that has all of the same structures, that has the multiple environments that we have. And there are a lot of memorials that have been placed there lovingly for people whose dogs meant so much to them and their family meant so much to them. And that all of those respectfully be relocated if it is decided that we really need to relocate. I personally would prefer that we, this is just me, relocate to a place that is the same size and the same environment rather than keep a smaller location and one that now has a pump house with pump house parking areas and structures that is going to take away from that natural environment that we enjoy now. The community obviously is very, very strong for this dog park, and there's a reason. It's the people, it's the dogs, it's the environment, all of it comes together, and we are very supportive of each other. And so if you feel that the city needs that water park area, I say that you should also, the importance of that community is as important as the water that it needs. So just keep in mind that if you do need a water pump in that location, move everything, move all of the structures, move all of the memorials, move the trees because people have invested in those trees, move the gondolas that people have put in. I understand that the city owns that land. I get that this community involvement and the money that we spent was on us, but it has become a very important part of the community.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment on this item at this time? I see none. I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and it is close to 8 o'clock, and I believe we're going to have a very lively discussion on this item. So I'm going to call about a 5-7 minute break. Stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water. We'll come back and we'll resume this process shortly. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Gonna start, I'll give everybody a few seconds to come on, get back in, get seated. I won't. That was your 15-second warning gavel. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughtful and thorough public comment. I'm sure we're about to have a great discussion. First, I want to turn it over to City Attorney Morris to kick us back off.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the time. I just wanted to start out today by saying that I really appreciate all the passion that everyone has here. I love seeing people come out, and I appreciate the engagement. This is what local government is about. This is what we want to see. I have 2 dogs, love them, love to have amenities for them, so I want to recognize that. I have worked at the City of Arvada for 8+ years, and during the time that I've worked here, I have noticed that the employees who work here are some of the most selfless, kind, and hardworking people that I have ever had the privilege of having as coworkers. So I want to lay that out there because we're incredibly passionate about public service, all aspects of public service, including communication and transparency. There were a few comments made tonight about the city team intentionally hiding information, and I just want to assure you, we're not trying to do anything intentionally. There's no intent there to do that. Could we do a better job? We can always learn. We want to learn. We want to learn from everyone here, and we would love the opportunity to do that. But what I would really encourage everyone to do is to think about a lot of these issues that we have a lot of passion about with curiosity, with the assuming good intent, and assuming that the city team that we have here are good, kind people with integrity who want to do the right thing. So that's what I wanted to start us out with, and we're going to have some responses to some of the concerns and some of the questions that I hope will help clarify some of those issues. But I wanted to make sure that I brought this up because it is really impactful to the city team, to a team like this, to sit here and to listen to, not everybody, I think most people were very kind, to listen to some people come up here and imply that they were engaging in some sort of nefarious behavior. That's tough. That's tough. And so I wanted to point that out, and I want to work with everyone, and I want to make sure that we have a good outcome, but I wanted to say that first.
Thank you. So with that, I will turn it over. Councilmember Ambrose, your light was on first.
Great. Thank you so much, Your Honor. So I have a few questions. First of all, I feel that we should have an explanation between what is an enterprise fund property and what is a park. So can somebody explain the difference of these 2 different types of public ownership? And because I think part of the issue is that, needing to establish that an enterprise fund owns a property and what that means.
So I'll take a shot, Councilmember Ambrose, from a financial perspective, and then I'll look to my cohorts on the legal side to help from the legal definition. An enterprise fund is a fund that we define at the city that raises its own revenue. So we have 5 of those. You've heard about that: water, wastewater, storm, solid waste, and the golf fund. They act like their own entity, and so if they buy property, if they sell property, if they do transactions, et cetera, those are outside of the city. So if you describe something as an enterprise fund property, that means we use resources from that to purchase that. We also, on the finance side, then have to account for it that way. So if we want to get specific about tonight, you look at the Blend Reservoir, that's technically owned by our water fund. So it's in that fund, it accounts for that, it lives there. It's not a part in the finance side of the rest of the different funds. So our general fund would own parks. Okay, so we have parks in various neighborhoods that were purchased with general fund dollars, so taxes, property taxes, sales tax, et cetera, and those would be accounted for that way. Does that help from that definition? And then the difference between a park and a enterprise fund property. I'll turn to Ms. Morris.
So the difference between those two is generally going to be, well, the funds used to purchase it, as Mr. Archer had mentioned. So when we purchase something with an enterprise fund dollars, we're purchasing it with fees that we have collected from the community that are intended for a very specific purpose. So in this case, this land was purchased with funds that were from the water fund intended to push that service forward. That's why we collected the fees. That's the reason that we can use them, or that's the basis for using them. In terms of parks, it has a specific, or can have a specific legal definition. So when we look at this as a city, when we have something that's called a park, we actually have a dedication. So it is specifically outlined that this area is a park. So that, as Mr. Archer had mentioned, when we have something that's dedicated as a park, that's generally purchased with general fund dollars, because we're allowed to use general fund dollars for more broad reasons than we can use enterprise funds.
Okay, great. And with enterprise funds, can somebody explain, like, can we use water funds to make parks?
Generally, no. So it has to be something that that is related to our provision of water services. It doesn't mean that, if we have extra space there, that's good. We can use that. We can utilize extra space while we have it. And I think in this circumstance, though, if we have a need that relates to the water fund, that is what that land is supposed to be used for, and what those funds and fees that were used to purchase the land were intended to be used for.
Right, but I'm asking, like, what is the legal limitation? Like, if we were just to be like, wow, water made a bunch of money this year, let's go ahead and, fly all of council for a retreat in Tahiti, like, we can't do that, right? Because if you pay fees for water, you have to spend it on water.
Correct. It's a violation of Tabor, so a provision of the Colorado Constitution for us to use water fees for some other purpose.
Right. So legally, if we wanted to turn this into a park, the general fund would have to buy it from the water fund.
Correct. Or we could do a swap, something like that.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to establish that and make that clear for everybody, because when we say this is owned by the water fund, this is what we are talking about, and that we are, the legal limitations. I also wanted to ask, can we talk about the agreements between the city, the water fund, Jefferson Open Space Funds, and this board that is here? Like, did the board the entire time know that these were enterprise funds? Did Jefferson County Open Space, when it was raising money, know that this was, on loan to the city property from an enterprise fund? Like, how were folks made aware about exactly what kind of land these amenities were being, privately fundraised to be improved upon?
I think that probably predated a number of the staff members here, and unfortunately I couldn't track down if there was any sort of written use agreement or anything in place. I wasn't able to identify any documentation pertaining to the city's use of the waterfront property, so I can't speak to whether or not they were made aware that this was the case. I would assume that was maybe just a verbal conversation, unfortunately.
Okay. So we would have to look into if there's documentation that made the land use specific about exactly what kind of land this is and what entity of the city owns it.
Sorry, maybe I misspoke. We do have documentation that this is water fund property. We were able to locate the financial records, the proof of the purchase for the area of the dog park and the disc golf course and the Blund Reservoir. We know for a fact that that was water fund property. Whether that was made clear to members of the dog park or there was some sort of use agreement between the waterfront and the city under the general fund that they could use the dog park space, that I was not able to locate.
That's the documents I'm talking about. I just want to know, what documents does the public have in hand to know what kind of land this was when they were deciding to fundraise for it? So I think we need to do some research to figure out what those use agreements were and, at what point because I know this is 30 years old has been building up for this dog park and significant community investment. So I know you're not going to have 30 years of documents ready, but just wanted to ask, like, how clear we've been internally at the city and with community partners who are raising funds to improve the land. So if we don't pass 6613 and the water fund wants to put a pump station there, they do all the surveys, they do all the public engagement, or no, they want to explore putting the pump in the dog park or on the disc golf course, and we don't pass 6613, what does the public process look like?
Say the direction to use that space for a pump site would actually come from council. So council would approve the location, council would approve the contract for the construction of the site, and essentially that direction would come from council to use that space for subsequent utilities. At that point, the city manager, as the process kind of outlined in 6613, then the city manager would direct the VCN director to do whatever is necessary to then return the site, and essentially what that would mean is remove the fencing, remove the signage, clean up the property to get it construction ready. But again, the VCN director does not have any authority to do any of the kind of removal of, or not necessarily removal, but he doesn't have the authority to take the dog park away. That does come from council via the direction we're putting a pump site there.
So whether 6613 we decide to do it or not, it would still have to be a direction from council and the public with the full planning process and public input and all those things in order for any change to the land. And you're talking about after council has said, this is what's happening with the property and has had public input, then the director would be, okay, we have to move the fence here, we have to scrape the gravel there, that like day-to-day operational return.
That's correct, yes. So the initial decision would come from city council, and then we built it into, be consistent with an existing law. So if council did want to hold public hearings or what have you on the actual use of the space, that direction comes from council. Then it goes to the city manager to direct the VCN director to get the space ready for utilities use.
Okay. And then, yeah, so whether we approve 6613 or not, the process, can you just tell me, here's what it looks like with 6613 and here's what it looks like without it?
There is no change.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to start out by saying that before getting elected to council, worked with this staff, many members of city staff, in a lot of capacities, and I can tell you they are exceedingly fair, and their passion lies with delivering for the city and the community. And I've found that to be true as an elected official as well. So I appreciated those comments, Ms. Morris, and I completely agree with them. However, I think sometimes we misunderstand things. And I think it's really good when we have a big turnout from the public to be a check on what we may or may not be misunderstanding. And so that provides this representation body an opportunity to discuss it further, which we're doing right now. So good on everybody, here we are. I'm glad you're all here. So I have a couple of questions, and I appreciate the questions from my colleague just now, because they actually were 1 and 2 on my question list. A little bit of the history, understanding what has transpired on the site. I feel like this is interesting. We're talking about changes to parks, but we're also talking about a specific location, so this is kind of a hodgepodge of a public hearing. But I appreciated the history. I also appreciated a little bit more in-depth understanding of what would happen in terms of the chain of custody or authority with 6613 or without. I wanted to make sure I doubled down on a point that I wrote down. I want to make sure I understand. In either process, with the 6613, specifically the language around the administrative authority to recapture the property for water fund, and if recapture is the wrong word, I apologize, but I think you understand what I mean. Does council have the option to bring that up as an item to consider or to have a public process, or it is mandated it would be a public process? Any design changes or land use changes thereof?
So I'll take this one.
Sure.
I think going back to the original explanation of how council is going to make this decision, if we were to build something like a pump station, it's a really expensive undertaking. And so the amount of money that would have to be spent requires council approval. So that's how this gets in front of you, is under Chapter 82 of the city code. We can't go out and purchase all the supplies we need to build a pump station and hire a contractor to do that without council saying, yes, you can spend that money. And so that's really how council has oversight here, is going through that public process around the contracts and things like that. And there will be, and I know Ms. Rhodes can speak to this too, but there would be preceding processes before we came to you with a contract as well.
Right, and to add to the complexity of this, our infrastructure is involved too. So having recently toured our treatment facilities, I can tell you that there's a lot of things to consider for our future water security, and I think that's absolutely something we should all be interested in. But it's interesting how all these things start to intersect. Ms. Rhodes, if you had anything else to add.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this, because as you mentioned, this is a crucial project as part of our water treatment plant replacement program. The areas that we're discussing here are in the vicinity of critical water infrastructure for serving our entire community. As you just mentioned, 2 of our water treatment plants, major transmission lines for the raw water that's untreated that goes to the treatment plants, and then the treated water that serves our community comes through this area. And so we take this process very seriously in terms of how we engage the public about making some of these decisions, not only through our conversations with council, as mentioned, on contract approvals, but we come forward through a series of workshops every year talking about water rates and critical infrastructure projects that would be advanced through those water rates. And so what I wanted to mention in terms of the context of this specific project is that we are at that feasibility stage. And we need to really do that engineering analysis to determine what locations are even feasible to site the pipelines and to site the pump station. At that point, then we can apply a number of evaluation criteria and really start to engage if there's multiple feasible locations, then we can go through the site selection process with the community. And so while the timing of the hearings tonight is actually really convenient for the stage of project we're at, the next stage, now that the contract's approved to begin the feasibility analysis, is that we can start to do that site work, the survey and geotech, and we actually already have an engagement plan developed that sets up some events, some tables, some community input to talk a little bit about what we're doing with the project. And again, once we get down to that narrowed list of sites, similar to what we did on the treatment plant replacement project itself, we take a number of sites that might be feasible, we narrow it down through community engagement, and then we bring forward to council our recommendation, and we would bring that through a construction contractor type agreement for your consideration. So I just wanted to emphasize that we're very early on in the analysis, and while we have a robust plan in place, those next steps need to come after we look at the engineering feasibility.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Rhodes. And then for my clarification further, what part of what you described requires that segment in 6613 for the ability to sort of return the land to the water fund, and that being the authority of the director? I'm failing to make the link there if it's essentially the same. What piece is necessitating that change?
So any sort of transfer or change in use of the property would come after the process with the public, where we go out and we're talking with people and trying to work with groups to determine what happens next. Then we would come, once we've gotten public input, we would come to council with contracts for council to approve. As part of those contracts, you're going to know at that point in time, what might be impacted. So you'll be able to vote on it then. Then after council votes on what they want to occur with that pump station, at that point, a change in use or transfer. It's not really, in a legal sense, a transfer, because it's owned by the water fund, and it's not being transferred back, it's just changing that use. So that's the point at which we would change the use.
Okay. And I want to highlight too that I think a lot of the confusion, and I believe this to be, staff is being genuine here, we're not closing the dog park. I think that's a fair statement. But the confusion is that folks from the community have come and said, but you're going to modify it in some way, and we don't at this point know to what extent. And so while both of those things I believe are true, the outcome is unknown. It's unclear. And so I think that has led to a number of the comments and maybe some of the frustrations that we've heard. And I have to say it's a concern of mine because it is something that we don't have a clear picture on where we're going to arrive. And I think I want to make sure that I'm understanding this appropriately. So if anything's off, Ms. Morris, please help me. This is property that is owned as a part of the water fund, but is being used in some temporary capacity, the agreement to which we don't have a formalized agreement for the park use, but it has been used for a long time. The pump stations, we're in conversations to upgrade those facilities, which require some expansion, and this is land that's already been allocated for that. We're making changes here in an ordinance document, and those changes will impact the way that we proceed with those other things. The park, how it's going to be used in the future, how it's going to be carved up. To me, there's a lot of things happening at once, and it feels a little complex for something that I would hope that has more general utility beyond this one instance.
Sure, and I appreciate what you're saying, and that's a decision council is able to make with this particular subsection. I would just point out that right now, the ability to change the use of that property lies with the city manager. Okay. So we're not taking it from council and giving it to the VCN director. It's just a more convenient way internally for us to allocate that authority so that we can process that project after council has approved it.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I think we're on the same page. I think we're kind of all in the up and up here. And I want to shift gears for a second and talk about another segment that may be a little bit easier to kind of get through. Help me understand the nature of the trespass segment of 6613, and how is it different from what the director might do in exercising that particular segment versus law enforcement and law enforcement trespass?
So we have two separate kind of trespass procedures. In Chapter 62, which we will eventually hear later tonight, that contains our criminal code, and Chapter 66 is solely related to parks and recreation. So if we have an individual who commits a crime on city property, to include things like parks or any of our open space or any city property or golf courses, and if they are accused of a crime, they are actually going to be trespassed pursuant to the procedures that are set in our criminal code in Chapter 62. So there's kind of two separate processes. So that will go in front of our municipal court. So there's a whole process that's outlined in Chapter 62 for our no trespass orders, where you go before the judge has to make findings. It's pretty well laid out in Chapter 62. In this instance, the use of trespass procedures by the VCN director would be in instances where we have a user who has engaged in misconduct, but we wrote it to be broad, so that maybe if there is a violation of the law, but mostly what we're looking at is a violation of policy or maybe codes of conduct or some sort of egregious behavior that is still considered misconduct or a violation of policy, but does not rise to the level of having to go to a municipal court. So the example I would give is if we have a user who is in violation of our anti-harassment policy, say they are, and we had this happen in the past actually, we had an individual throwing trash on the floor to get one of our waitresses to bend over so that he could look up her skirt. That's not appropriate. It's a violation of our policy, and we have an obligation to protect our staff. In that instance, we're going to have the civil trespass order process kind of kick into effect, and we do have the due process laid out here. You have an opportunity to be heard by a hearing officer. That's very similar to a lot of our other procedures in Chapter 2, but that's really where you're going to see that difference is going to be a criminal conduct versus conduct that is a policy violation but doesn't actually rise to the level of a crime.
All right. I will say, not being educated in criminal law or legal matters in general, when I read it, it's a little confusing, and I think maybe there's some slight editing that can be done so it doesn't sound like it's referring to criminal activity that would be dealt with by law enforcement. It's just a little confusing to me. My last question has to do with the fees. can we talk for a second about what fee structure might look like, or an example of where fees might be imposed and for what, and how that's handled today versus how that would be handled if 6613 was included in this update?
Are you referring to like the field programming fees and those types of fees that
Yeah, so I mean, I read, let's see, 6613B3. There's a segment there that talks about fees and the discretion of the VPN director.
So again, this is something that's actually already being done.
Okay.
So we have a fee schedule that's created by our VCN department that goes through the city manager's office. It gets published. It goes for approval. That contains all of our like field rentals. So if you are, running a tournament at Lutz, or you are reserving a field for football practice at Long Lake, there are fees that are associated with that, and it's laid out by the type of field, whether you need lighting, kind of things like that. It's really just to kind of capture, because it's not written down right now what that process consists of. It's just to codify what we do during the day-to-day adoption of our fee schedule and how the director should be doing it. Again, we already do it without this in writing, but it's just really to cover those types of fee collections that we already do.
Okay, and I think we saw that in the PowerPoint presentation. I just wanted to make sure to clarify. Mayor, I have no further questions. And Mr. Wick, I don't know if you had anything to add.
Yeah, just wanted to speak to the fee piece a little bit. So our directors that do set fees go through an extensive process of looking at what it costs to recover our costs. They also compare us to other cities that are in the surrounding area to see if we're in or out of line with that. And they do quite a bit of analysis to look at and see whether or not the fees that are recommended to be imposed are correct and in line. So it's not like our director just sits in his office and makes a decision and promulgates something without going through some review. And ultimately, those come to me, to which I also then inform our city council about. So it's not just a singular type of thing. And the other comments that I want to make too about the authorities of the director is that we do have to give our directors in all of our departments authority to carry out and do certain things. For example, on the bullet pointed piece here, it talks about managing, controlling, and cleaning our recreation equipment. If we needed to come to our city council every time we were going to do something like that, we would grind to a halt. Administratively, we need our directors, our deputy city managers, the city manager to have authority to make decisions and to move things forward to keep the city operating. As you've been hearing, we also have other processes such as approval from City Council for contracts and other sorts of mechanisms in place that will in fact allow you to provide oversight of some of those more substantial sorts of things. And I think too, as the City Council knows, that I meet with council members on a regular basis and talk about a lot of these other pieces that we're doing in the city to make sure that you're informed of what those things are. So just want to make sure that the council knows that, for example, when setting things like fees, it's not a singular person looking at that, making a decision. There's analysis, thought, comparison, and then review by myself and the deputy city managers before those are initiated.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, you are next.
Thank you, and thank you to the public for all of your comments. Thank you to staff. I know that this can always be challenging when folks come and ask questions, and we feel that we have maybe made our best effort at outreach and education. So thank you for all of that. What I would like to do is direct council and staff's direction to the 2016 Parks, Open Space, and Trails Master Plan, page 42. So, and the reason I'm familiar with this document is because I was on the Park Advisory Committee when this document was developed. And so we started way back in 2011 to start with this document, and it was published. I think we finally got it together in 2014. It was published in 2016. And so we were given the task of identifying all of the parks in the city, and we broke them down into different categories, from regional, community, neighborhood, urban, special use, special purpose, historical sites, and sports complex. So I wanted to bring council's attention to the special purpose park category. And in that category, and here's where some of the confusion may lie. The council at the time approved Bird's Nest Disc Golf Course and the West Arvada Dog Park as Parks 91 and 92. And so I don't want to be call into question. I think that's where the confusion is lying, where those parks were designated. And at the time when they were designated, I will say I was unaware that it was on land that was owned by the water enterprise, the water fund. I can almost guarantee you that everybody on APAC at the time and in the steering committee, we thought that was park land, in so much that folks would come, and one of them was an Eagle Scout who wanted to do his Eagle Scout project, and we were very excited about it, and he put out a shade structure that is permanent. And so we were very excited. We had a ribbon cutting. We did the whole 9. And so I think that I just want to explain to some of staff who are not here back in 2011 to 2016 that here's where some of that diciness might come in. And I'm not taking sides or anything like that. I'm just trying to provide a little bit of history to why this might be perceived as a city park rather than park being used. And when the board was loosely convened in its infancy, they used to come to APAC on a regular basis and chat with us about the dog park, and that's when they established their puppy pickups. Did we mind if they brought gallon bottles of water for watering in the summer and that type of thing? And they had water out there. They, like I said, puppy pickup stations. And I used to go there quite often with my dog just to check it out. And what was really cool is if I ran around the outside of it 7 times, it did not collapse, but it did actually make out to be almost 3 miles. So it's an amenity for everybody. But yeah, I just wanted to bring staff's attention to that and how we can maybe, I don't know, make changes or amendments to this. I'm not sure how you want to do it. And I know that they're in the midst of making a new master plan, developing a new master plan, and maybe we can correct that. Otherwise, this might continue to move forward in perpetuity. So that's all I want to say.
And a quick just a quick point of procedural order. We're in the questions portion. We will give discussion and direction after questions are through.
And I do have some questions.
Okay, please continue.
About how large would that pump station in the northeast section be?
Currently, we've estimated about 90 by 90 feet, and it's similar in size to some of the infrastructure you can already see from the trails in the vicinity from some of our other infrastructure. So that gives you an idea of the look and feel of some of our design for these types of facilities.
And will that include the access roads as well?
We'll need to look at that as part of the design. So again, the pipeline alignment, that's ideal. That would just be the structure you would see above grade. But obviously, we need to put together all the connecting pieces and parts that in the most, what could be feasible depending on where it would be located.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Wick, you answered the other questions that I had, so thank you.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. I'm going to make just one statement. I'm a bit of a punny gal, so I just wanted to say thank you for the possum, as in pause, turnout for public comment, and it was great to just hear the sense of belonging and well-being that this space brings. So thank you for taking time out of your evening to sit here and listen to all of this instead of being home and having dinner with your family. So thank you for your time. I have two questions. The first one is, how will the community be engaged if the pump station site is selected near the West Arvada Dog Park or Bird's Nest Disc Golf Course? I had heard the process would be, we're looking at the proposals, we're trying to see if this is even feasible, then outreach to the public, and then coming to council. But if I could just have a clarification on that.
Absolutely. I'll start, and then if any of my colleagues want to jump in and build upon the explanation. So as we mentioned, we haven't even started the feasibility analysis of what sites would work for this infrastructure, so that would be the first step. Once we start to look at some suitable sites, we'll continue to work with the community about what amenities could be impacted depending on which sites are selected. And then we would bring forward a recommendation to the city council for the next step, which would be the next phase of contracting. So again, we wouldn't even start design until we've done some of that work, and I think the team already has some engagement ideas planned for when we can even start to get out there and start to do some of the initial survey and geotech work.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Another question I have is for residents, what decisions or processes might look or feel different because of clearer authority and guidance outlined with the VCN director? So just how would 66-13 or some of the other things we mentioned affect residents directly?
I think what we're doing essentially is just codifying the existing procedures that a lot of people may not know are happening behind the scenes already. So I think the fees example was a good showcase of some of the actions and responsibilities that our directors do have to engage with on a day-to-day basis. So what we're trying to do is actually be more transparent on the processes that are already occurring. So it may look to residents, I guess, that we're giving the director a lot more authority or that we're implementing brand new procedures, but really what we're doing is using our existing procedures as the baseline for these drafts. So when we're bringing them to you, we're not trying to change our own procedures or anything that responsibilities-wise or obligations that our directors don't already essentially have. So again, while it might just look like this is brand new to our residents, this is happening behind the scenes, and what we're actually trying to do is be more transparent with our own procedures.
Perfect. And I'll just clarify my question then. So taking out authority, it would be more roles, responsibilities, and process that is being affected. Okay, perfect. And that is all I have for questions.
Councilmember Ambrose, do you have follow-up questions, or are you ready to move on to comments?
I guess I do have a question with the red line. Does it make it clear that before the paragraph that talks about the VCN director's ability to specifically release the land or transfer, but it's not really a transfer, right, but to put it back under the water fund, like, does the preceding text before that say things like at the policy direction of council? To me, that makes it clear that this is something that the director can do after council makes the land use decisions about.
Are you asking if it has it now or if we could add it?
Well, I'm asking if, so 6613 has that paragraph defining the authority of the VCN, and you all are saying like that doesn't, you know, supersede council's authority about what happens with the land use. It actually, you know, would carry out council direction. And I'm just wondering, because the red line is a lot, like, is that clear in preceding segments of this or in other applicable codes or things like that, that, you know, Mr. Stevenson couldn't just take that and do whatever he wanted? Mm-hmm. Like that there, it would be at council direction, or do we need to specify per council direction in there to make it clear that it's not, you know, it doesn't give them free license to do everything?
Sure. So I would say, as we have it just written as consistent with existing law and upon request of the city manager. So the red line does not say because this provision does not currently exist, it's not in the code, we're trying to put it in there so that there is clear procedure for the director to understand what the process looks like and what their obligations are if this request comes to them as a result of the city manager. So in terms of a red line, this is brand new content that's being added to the code. So in the preceding sections, no, it doesn't clarify that it was council, but it's because it doesn't exist yet.
Okay, so I think I know where Councilmember Ambrose is going with this because I have the exact same phrase highlighted in my notes. Consistent with the existing law and upon the request of the city manager, the director may ensure that any recreational resource situated on property owned by the city's water fund be returned for use. I think this is the language where a lot of the confusion is coming in. And to Councilmember Griffith's point, maybe where we just need a little bit of clarity and tightening up on the language itself. So, because my husband and I have this expression, English is fun. And this is what we always say because English usually has 2 or 3 definitions per word in our language. And so depending on how words fall and your interpretation of them, the exact same words can actually mean different things sometimes. And so that's why I think a little bit of tightening might be appropriate here. Just to say the city manager's direction upon the direction of the city council or something like this might help us clarify that this is administrative authority for following the direction of this body and of the manager rather than the VCN director being tasked with all this sort of individualized authority by his own as an unelected official.
I understand what you're saying now, and I think I can provide a little bit of clarity around this, and Ms. Miller can correct me if I'm wrong. So my wording it the way that we have right now accounts for many, many different scenarios. So I am not sure, and probably none of us are sure right now as we sit here, exactly how, like, this deals with much more land than just the dog park. So there may be other scenarios where the VCN director needs to pay attention to a variety of other laws and can't violate any of those other laws before making some sort of a change in use, determining a change in use. So I think that's why we've got it there. For relevance for this particular situation and for the dog park, and it goes back to what I was saying before about the Chapter 82, the purchasing authority. So there's no way that the VCN director could change the use of this property without us being green-lighted to actually pay for a pump station to be put there. So I think we're saying that he has to account for every law out there as opposed to just council policy direction. But I am open to whatever changes you want us to make as a city team.
Okay. Councilmember Rose, you wish to continue?
Just to follow up on that, I think we're trying to figure out how to make sure that the public has input and that there's transparency in this. Because I could see, if you wanted to worst case scenario loophole it, Mr. Stevenson, I don't see you doing this, but you being like, it doesn't cost anything, take out all the fences. And so it wouldn't run before council to put it back under the water fund, right? So people can think of situations where, okay, it's not going before council, it's not, they're trying to engineer things that the staff would not do. But, we need to have it in writing because that's what builds trust and that's how we know our policies. And I understand that this is actually a direction to put current practice into writing and to make sure that the authorities are clearly defined so the public knows what the director can and can't do.
So what if we do this? What if we take that particular provision out for tonight as for your vote? Then we can go back and workshop some options that would meet that, that idea around public process, things like that. And we can come back to you later and have you consider that separate and apart from the rest of this chapter. So what we would do, what that would look like as a practical matter is I think we would just put some terminology like reserved on that particular code provision, and then we could go back later and put some other, a more robust provision in there which clarifies what public process might look like. So I will also defer to Ms. Miller because I do not know what effect that would have on the rest of this chapter, so I want to give her the opportunity to weigh in on that.
I think it would just be structured similar to how we did some of our land development code adoptions, like when we needed to do some legislating from the dais. Essentially, it'll just kind of change the structure of your motion, and if it does pass, we can provide you with language that it passes, essentially with an exception that 6613 will be set as reserved rather than the existing language in the draft. But I don't have any objections. If you guys wanted to go that route, I'm happy to provide that motion.
And I would add to the motion too, back to Ms. Stenson's point a couple of weeks ago, and any related changes. That way, if there's an internal reference to this same provision in another ordinance, and I don't know if there is, but if there is, we could clean that up too at the same time.
Are you good?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm ready for comments.
Okay, Councilmember Davis, do you have questions or are you ready for comments?
I just have a quick question. Sure. So if we take out section 6613 and we modify it, staff will be able to go back and see if that touches anywhere else and makes, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely. I understand what you're saying. And I think adding that language onto the end of the motion and any related changes, we could clean up any sort of internal references back to that same thing, so that we accomplish, we're not creating confusion by removing this piece during the public hearing. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was just trying to quickly do a search for 6613 to see if there was another section that went and then points to that. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you to all of you who have come out here tonight. I agree, it's pawsome. And my little joke was, what occurred to me was there are three things certain in life: death, taxes, and that we love our dogs. So I do have a handful of questions. Thank you to my colleagues getting through a good chunk of what I was already thinking. But I have a few more just to make sure we're doing our due diligence. And in addition, some of these will sort of be elaborating on topics we've already covered, but maybe there's a few points we just need to re-emphasize just to make sure we have it very clear for all of us. So let's start with where we've sort of been with the transparency concerns. Ms. Rhodes, you sort of laid out how early we are in the process so that decisions have not been made on a location of the pump station. And in fact, we need to do a lot of the work to even know what we're looking at, correct?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that question. That is correct. Tonight, Council authorized the consultant contract to begin the work on this project. So again, as a first step, we'll be looking at feasibility of locations, going through a full evaluation, including public engagement, before embarking on any design. And so we have not yet begun that work. We would issue the notice to proceed following those contracts being executed.
Thank you. Do you have an idea roughly, and I realize this could be a large time frame, how long that takes?
Absolutely. We have been up here talking about the sensitive nature of the timeline in which we have to provide rehab to our major treatment facilities. So we are on a timeline for this. We're anticipating that by the summer we could get through that feasibility analysis and begin design. And I'm turning to my colleagues here if I start to misstate any of the timelines, but the goal is to move into construction in 2027. So that process will be unfolding this year. Again, with tonight's council action, we'll be able to execute those contracts and begin work. But we would be doing that engagement this year with the aim to move into construction next year.
Okay, and would there be a public engagement process for whatever parcel of land is selected, however that looks? Would we be talking to the relevant neighbors and getting public input and discussing options A and B work, but C does not, or it really has to be A, and here is why it can only be A? Would we have that process in place to work with all of you?
Absolutely, and I might even have our communications manager speak to a little bit of our philosophy of how we approach this, because again, depending on how many sites are feasible will affect the type of engagement we can do, but all of it will include the education component, the decision-making process and engagement throughout the criteria that we're using to ultimately select the recommended site.
Okay, great. I'd love to hear from communications as well.
Sure, yeah. I'm Katie. I'm our communications manager for our infrastructure work. So I support the communication on all of this pump station activity. So we have already been talking about the early engagement that we'd like to do out on the sites as they're doing that survey. It's called geotechnical evaluation to understand kind of what's underground and which sites might be feasible. And so that's going to be really visible for folks. So we want to be out there talking with folks about what they're doing as they do their kind of technical engineering side of that, we'll better understand what the different sites might be feasible. And exactly to your point, if only A can work, it's a flood inundation zone, right? All these things we can help folks understand. We'll continue to have that conversation and talk about, what improvements can we do? What can, how can we understand both concerns, understand the impacts, talk about those with folks, and really keep that transparency with our community as we're making that decision.
Okay, great. And then as we're doing that, Ms. Morris, you mentioned the option of potentially doing a land swap or something else. Does something else like that get considered in this process, and what does that look like?
I'm sure it would. It would probably be part of the process, part of what we considered as part of the process Ms. Rhodes was describing. So if we got to a point where we're far enough in the engineering process that we think that we have some infrastructure that we need to build that might affect an amenity, we could consider the option of a property swap. I am not saying that I don't want to say for sure that would happen because I don't know about the feasibility in this particular scenario, but that is an option we could consider.
Okay, thank you. Because really what I've been trying to untangle with the public is we do have multiple issues at play here. They're intersectional, but they're also separate. We have the need of the pump station, how that process goes, how all of you, and frankly, all of West Arvada that would be served by this, not just users of the dog park or the disc golf park, but everyone who lives in that area, whether they're near Blun or they're near disc golf or near the dog park. What does that public engagement process look like? And so, Mr. Wick, maybe this is something our Bloomberg, Harvard team engineered public engagement process could help us with. But that's issue number one that I'm seeing. And then issue number two is the protection of our amenities that our community has come to rely on. And that these two things, while for this specific site seem to be interrelated potentially, fundamentally they are separate and we need to consider them separately because both need to be tackled and addressed. So a couple of other questions I might have. These are really just for emphasizing the point. With this provision, would the director have the ability to seize any parcel, Blun Reservoir, the disc golf park, the dog park, and just take it away? Or to even seize a piece of it without there being direction in a public process?
No.
No, okay. And council has the ability to override these decisions and to say, we got more work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Council always has the ability to jump in on some of those things. Obviously, if it's something that's really important to the community, you have the ability to do any number of things, particularly related to how your appointees, your employees engage in their jobs.
Okay, thank you. So I think that is my questions. Councilmember Ambrose, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to start with comments.
All right, please continue.
Okay. I just want to say I have one sports trophy. It's in Frisbee golf. I got it in the 8th grade. Okay? So, you and me, okay? And I also have my dog Chip, who is a dog. He doesn't like people. He likes other dogs. So we have been to this dog park many times. He has many best friends there. Also down here. So I think it's a great amenity for all of Arvada, and I really appreciate everybody who volunteers to make this a great community for everyone. So I would be in support of passing this, but with reserving out 6613 to make it more clear, as council suggested, about the land use decisions and what kind of different public interfaces, oversight mechanisms happen with that, just so that we are very clear about what is in, putting our practices into writing, which is what we're doing here to be transparent to the public and make sure we have public input. So thanks everybody for coming, and really appreciate the city team who is going through the process and hearing from the public and coming up with the right solutions for our community. Thank you so much.
Are there other council members who have comments? Councilmember Levison.
I would just like to honor the work that was done to make this a nonprofit, and the volunteers that create this space. It was truly a gift to hear from all of you about how much this means to you and how much of a sense of belonging it is, and all of the stories. So again, thank you for the time tonight and sharing that. I'll echo, similar to what Councilmember Ambrose said, I would be move forward with approving this with the exception of 66-13 being reserved for review along with any related changes. And I would also love if we could take some time to locate that potential public documents around this, and just how we can maybe learn from this in the future. And thank you for the clarification from staff and all of your hard work with this. It's truly appreciated.
Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Griffith? Councilmember Griffith?
We don't have a motion that we're considering.
No, we're doing just any sort of discussion on the item. General thoughts, not necessarily I'm voting yes or no, but kind of what I'm thinking right now.
Sure. No, I appreciate the opportunity. I'll echo what I'm hearing from a lot of my colleagues up here. I think that there's more to consider here than sort of a typical ordinance update, and I appreciate the time that folks from the community put into looking at that and thinking about it in depth. And I also appreciate the thoroughness with staff and addressing those comments in multiple ways, including from us directly tonight. And I realize it's late, and certainly appreciate that. I have the same concerns that my colleagues are voicing and that I voiced earlier. So I think that there's an opportunity here. We reviewed this just 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, and it didn't have a lot of fanfare at that point. And I think maybe something that hasn't been said up here tonight is that the vast majority of these updates are very procedural and I think are incredibly justifiable. There's a sticking point, and it's a sticking point that operates at the intersection of parks and open space and infrastructure. So that's probably not a huge surprise that it's getting some attention, but it's one small piece of a much larger ordinance change. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Davis? Nothing? Then I will give my comments, and then I welcome a council member to make a motion. And essentially mine is what I'm hearing from all of you tonight is love. It's not about a dog park. It's about a community that has been built inside of a dog park, and a place for mental health, a place for emotional well-being, and yes, a place for our dogs to, quote, poop off leash. That one's gonna go in the book one day. And so I love that we have this feature. I have used it. I know Councilmember Ambrose's dog, Chip. I'm going to push back that he's not a people dog, because that dog is a good dog. But the essential breakdown here is that they're all good dogs, and we're good people, and we find these spaces that are special. I agree entirely. Ditto. We need to see if we can't dig up those original documents. We have, especially in the past, sometimes we inherit these things that the city has a tract of land we have it in reserve for, because we know there's going to be a future need in the distant future, but it's not activated right now. And the public is looking for a thing. So we're not going to put a permanent structure there, but this is easy. And what is intended to be just sort of an easy activation for a time being winds up evolving into something else. And that is what I think is at the heart of the issue we have right now. The West Arvada Dog Park has clearly evolved into something else. And so what may have been a handshake agreement 30 years ago and understood at that time, oh, this will be temporary, but it's nice to use, that no longer is the case. Those are not the conditions we have now. The West Arvada Dog Park and our Bird's Nest disc golf, got you too, man. These are important amenities. They are critical to the identity and the service to our residents citywide and frankly the larger surrounding community as well. And they can't go away. They just cannot. And changing their fundamental character, taking a piece of a corner sounds easy, but to the person who made the point of slapping a 20-foot building that makes noise and whirs, yeah, that does sort of change the character and the nature of the space, doesn't it? And we have to be very thoughtful about that when we're doing this. So my sense to our team here is as we look forward, we have to be very mindful of that, and we have to protect this incredibly important amenity. How that looks, we don't have the answers. Mr. Stevenson, you will be critical in your expertise to determining that. And so I also want to thank you. I know you are a person of extremely high integrity and hard work, and so just thank you very much for all of your service to our city and our community and our park system, which is amongst the finest in the nation. And so this is an important part of it. So more conversations to come with all of you, but I personally remain committed to seeing the dog park reserved and also to seeing a pump station get built and to a process that is open with West Arvada, that is transparent on how we're going to do that together. Some hard choices may have to be made. We don't know what those are yet. We're saying they may have to be made, but we literally can't tell you what that is because we got to go through the process. We've got to discover that information, and then when we have those facts, we'll be talking more about them with you. And so I'm open to sort of the motion that was discussed about stripping this one particular provision so that the team can tighten up the language a little bit and then moving forward with this item. So oh goodness, I see 3 lights. Councilmember Ambrose, I believe yours was first.
I just had a point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Point of clarification,
Yes.
Mayor, from the city attorney. Would you prefer that this is read as a motion and then an amendment to that motion, or just as one?
So I sent you some language, some sample language that puts it all in one motion.
Okay.
So you're moving to approve the chapter with the exception, with the following amendment, and it's to remove section 66-13B6. So that's where that language is with the discretion on the change of use.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Ambrose, you have the motion.
Yes, Mayor, I just have a small correction, which is that Chip does like people, but if I was drowning and his friend Walter was drowning, and he had to make a choice, Walter would make it to land. I mean, seriously, when you have a dog, the dog park is the only place. He can't make friends on leash, and you can't have him running without a leash, so it is really important.
So for some fun background, when Councilmember Ambrose is out of town for the holidays, I dog sit Chip at my house.
Okay, but he likes your dog, Zoe. I don't want to tell you his secrets, I guess. Okay, so I would like to make the motion. I move that CB 26002, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 66, Parks and Recreation of the Arvada City Code, be numbered 4918 and ordered published in full with the following amendments: removal of Section 6613B6 and any related changes.
Council will cast their votes. All votes are cast. That passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer being excused absences. We have 2 more public hearings this evening, so now I will open the public hearing for CB 26-003, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Section 6-3, reporting of disorderly conduct of Article 1, General of Chapter 6, Alcoholic Beverages, repealing Section 6-8, illegal possession or consumption of ethyl alcohol by an underage person, of Article 1, General of Chapter 6, Alcoholic Beverages, repealing Article 2, Trial by Jury, of Chapter 58, Municipal Court, and repealing and reenacting Chapter 62, Offenses of the Arvada City Code, Ordinance Number 4919. Municipal Judge Katie Kurtz, I believe you have this item.
I do. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Simpson and council members. I wanted to present this to you along with the city attorney, Janelle Miller, regarding the proposed revisions to Chapter 62. Some of these were in the works for the past couple of years. Our Chapter 62 has not been revised in a very long period of time, and it is long overdue. And some of this is in response to a recent Supreme Court decision that I know we've discussed recently. So in December of 2025, the Colorado Supreme Court came down with a decision, In re People versus Camp and In re People versus Simons. These were 2 cases that came out of the Westminster Municipal Court and Aurora Municipal Court. The big question at issue is whether home rule municipalities could sentence offenders in excess of state statutory sentencing caps under Colorado law when an offender violates municipal ordinance that has a corresponding state statute. For example, when someone committed the offense of trespass in Arvada Municipal Court, they were subject to up to 364 days in jail. Whereas when they committed a trespass under state law, the exact same law, or very, very similar state law, they were maximum sentence of 10 days jail. So the big concern is people in municipal courts were facing much longer sentences than they were with corresponding state counterparts in under state law. So, the Supreme Court ultimately found that municipal courts could not sentence in excess of what state law sets out when there is an equivalent state law. So when we have an offense like trespass, we are limited to 10 days jail, whereas we previously could sentence up to 364 days in jail. This ruling was made absolute, which meant as the day of the ruling, which I believe was December 22nd of 2025, our sentencing structure in the municipal court statewide changed drastically. So one of the things we immediately did, and we've had several meetings since then, but I've been meeting with my counterparts with other municipalities statewide multiple times, but we've also been meeting and training with judges immediately to make sure that they understand the implications of this ruling and what our new sentencing structure is. So when this was made absolute, it applied immediately, so we immediately changed our sentencing structure here at the Arvada Municipal Court so that when we have a corresponding state law, for example, offenses like criminal mischief, assault, trespass, et cetera, that we were sentencing within state guidelines that we're now confined to. If it's a municipal-only offense, say, for example, I always pause here, throwing missiles, we still are able to sentence up to 364 days in jail. So for municipal-only offenses, we still can follow our own sentencing structure, but if there is a corresponding state offense that, like assault, misdemeanor offense, we are required to stay within state guidelines. So we did that, but meanwhile, revisions were long overdue, and our city attorneys very brilliantly oversaw or anticipated that this ruling might come down as it did. And so they started revising, and specifically when I say they, I mean Ms. Miller, started revising Chapter 62 over a year ago and has been working very diligently to make sure that not only are we updated so that we're getting rid of offenses that no longer apply within our municipal code, but also adding offenses that we should have within our municipal code and bringing our sentencing laws and our statutes or ordinances much more in line with statutes when they have a corresponding state statute. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Miller, who will take it from here to explain some of those revisions.
Thank you, Judge. To kind of reiterate what Judge Kurtz just said, a lot of the offenses that we have on our within our Chapter 62, our city's criminal code, are offenses that can be prosecuted either at the city level or at the state level. So we have a lot of overlap within our code right now. So, for example, it's if you're called for a theft ticket or something, officers could go to the Walmart, for example. They could issue a citation to an individual for committing theft. That citation could be prosecuted in either a municipal court or a state court. So what we were really trying to do, because our Chapter 62, it does not look like the state's criminal code at all. So what we were really trying to do was mirror that as much as possible. So our state law, which is Title 18, that's the criminal code that's set forth under state law, under the Colorado Revised Statute. We basically used that as a model and tried to conform our municipal code as much as possible to that. And then what we did was take advantage of their structure and the content that includes rights and procedures that are not currently in our code to codify those as well. So right now our city code is basically just a list of unlawful acts. You can't commit assault, you can't commit theft, you cannot commit menacing. That's really just how it's laid out. But Title 18 is way more than that. So it covers, for example, when and where trials can be held, when certain prosecutions are constitutionally barred, what is a defendant's right to counsel look like, what does their speedy trial right consist of. It's a whole bunch of law that is not currently in our code, and so that is being added as one of the revisions to Chapter 62. And then what we did was also try to mirror the organization. There's a triplicate numbering system that's used by the state. And so for us, right now, we have kind of those two numbers. You have 62-32, for example. What we tried to do was mirror what Title 18 how Title 18 categorizes their offenses, so it makes it easier for our officers or anybody who is familiar with state law to find those exact same provisions within our city code. So I do have the example of assault up here. Basically, all we're swapping out is 18 for 62. So if our officers know that assault is prohibited at the state level under 18.3.204. Now in our city code, it's just going to be 62.3.204. So it just makes everybody's lives a little bit easier in terms of finding things within our code. And then what we also did was make some changes to our sentencing structure. So right now, our code is really just divided into ordinance violations and traffic violations. So whether you are charged with abandoning a refrigerator or you're charged with assaulting your neighbor, our city code right now says the penalties are the exact same, and that's really in conflict with what the Supreme Court just ruled. So the rewrite does introduce different classes of offenses. So for example, a Class 1 misdemeanor, a Class 2 misdemeanor, a petty offense. So depending on the level of the offense, that determines what the maximum penalty one person can receive if they are convicted of that charge. So the table here is captured also within the ordinance. We've got the the class on the left-hand side, and then the maximum penalties right next to it, so that there's no confusion as to what the potential penalties you could be facing are. And then we also made sure that we are clarifying within the code itself what the class of offense is consisting of. So if you are charged with assault and you go to look up the section of assault, you will find what the unlawful act is, and then right underneath it you are going to find what the classification of offense is. So I put the example here on the screen. You cannot commit assault, and just so you know, Class 1 misdemeanor. So that's clear. Okay, if I'm convicted of a Class 1 misdemeanor, I can potentially be sentenced up to 364 days or a fine not to exceed $1,000, and that's consistent at the state level and now at the municipal level too. And then in terms of the content here, so by my count, Chapter 62 currently contains 63 different criminal charges. About 85% of those were brought back in, so if they're already on the books, 53 of those did make it back into this rewrite here. We did repeal 10 of those charges, and that was for a variety of different reasons. One would be an example is we already have that provision accounted for in the land development code. Let's keep it there. It makes more sense to prosecute, special event permit violations if you were in violation of the LDC special event permit that was issued to you. So if it's accounted for in other places in the code, we took it out. Or if it hasn't been prosecuted within the city we found some charges that have not been prosecuted since the 1980s. So it's been almost, I'm not very quick on my math, but maybe 40, 30 years since we've seen any of those charges come here. So we didn't feel like those needed to be brought into the code as well. And then the last example that we'll offer is that there are certain charges that are better prosecuted and make more sense to be handled at the state level. So for example, if there is an offense that has a kind of a sexual component to it that would require a defendant to subsequently register as a sex offender, that should be handled at the county. They do all the registrations and things at that level, and it doesn't make sense for our court to try to take over those types of offenses. It makes more sense to be consistent at the state level. But what we also did was add 5 new charges. These are all considered misdemeanors or petty offenses at the state level, which means now the city has concurrent jurisdiction over those, so we are bringing those into our code in the event that we want to prosecute those violations. So that consists of third-degree burglary, criminal tampering with a utility meter, failure to obey a juror summons, and then a refusal to permit inspections. We did include the illegal possession of alcohol and marijuana by a minor in this Chapter 62. It was previously in Chapter 6, but it makes more sense to have it in here. So that was just pulled from another area of the code. But aside from that, everything has been brought into the revised code that's already existing on the book with those few exceptions. So. Okay, that's all I have.
Councilmember Ambrose.
I don't have any questions. I'll just reserve the motion.
You have the motion. Oh, correct, but public comment on this item. Thank you. I'm getting there. All right, we do have, I will open public comment on this item. We do have one individual signed up to speak, Mr. John Hawkins. I don't, forgive me, Mr. Relic, I don't have a sign up, but I will let you get to go, but Mr. Hawkins is before you. Unless Mr. Hawkins is no longer here. In which case, is Mr. Hawkins by chance? No. All right, Mr. Rollick, you're up.
Okay, yeah, I might have got mixed things. I did 2 of them. So just a real quick, interesting thing, just the law of unintended consequences. On page 66, it literally says it shall be unlawful. This is, I know it's old, but just reading it. Shall be unlawful for any person under age of 18 to purchase an aerosol container of paint that is capable of defacing property. And just one thing about the unintended consequences. We have a lot of kids that do art. When I was 17, I graduated high school, and here I am going at construction sites working. If I got sent to Ace Hardware or whatever, at 17, could this affect my college situation, actually have misdemeanors? So there's nothing about intent in here. It just means you can't purchase it. But who would know that? Like if someone sent their own kid to the store, say, hey, could you go to Ace Hardware, go buy some paint? It's just a very weird law by saying just because you bought it, you're guilty, as opposed to you're using it and you're guilty. So I just worry about the fact that there's kids that do art, there's kids that run businesses. And one more thing, I know about 3 years ago when there was that spate of people stealing the catalytic converters, there was the idea of taking that hot heat paint, the stuff that can withstand like 1,000 degrees, and spraying it and making sure that you can scratch in your numerals, whatever in there, or VIN number. And technically, if I was 17 and bought a car and wanted to do that to protect my own property, I'd be in violation. So it's just a weird aside, but the law of unintended consequences, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give comment on this hearing item at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of this hearing. And Councilmember Ambrose.
I don't have any questions. I do have one comment.
Go ahead with the comment.
On the spray paint thing, most stores won't sell spray paint to under 18-year-olds anyway. I feel like if you're an 18-year-old and you have spray paint and you get caught by a cop, it wasn't because you were trying to help out your family. I know because my kids tried to buy it for me and they couldn't because they weren't 18 yet. So that's my only comment.
Okay. Thank you. And I also believe I often warn about the law of unintended consequences, but I know that our judge has excellent discretion, and if a 16-year-old has spray paint and gets busted and brought in, and it's for an art project, we're probably going to ask to see the art project and maybe like submit it for an award or something if it's good. But I don't think we would be assigning punishment to folks who are doing things with good intention. So with that, Councilmember Ambrose? Oh, Judge Kurtz?
I'd also note that for all juvenile offenses, every single juvenile offense is either, and it's late at night and past my bedtime, but we expunge every single juvenile offense. So juveniles don't have records, per se anymore. Every single juvenile offense gets expunged.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ambrose, you have the motion.
Thank you. I move that CB 26-003, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Section 6-3, reporting of disorderly conduct of Article 1, General of Chapter 6, alcohol beverages. I'm reading the right one, right? Repealing Section 6-8, illegal possession of consumption of ethyl alcohol by an underage person, of Article 1, General Chapter 6, alcohol beverages. Repealing Article 2, trial by jury of Chapter 58, Municipal Court, and repealing and reenacting Chapter 62, offenses of the Arvada City Code, be approved on final reading, numbered 4919, in order to publish by title only.
All votes are cast. That passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tim Moorman and Councilmember Pfeiffer being excused absences. Our last hearing this evening is CB 26-004, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Sections 59-3, Statement of Costs or Assessments of Chapter 59, Municipal Liens of the Arvada City Code to account for increased administrative costs in processing municipal liens, ordinance number 4920. Mr. Archer, you have this item.
I'm going to ask Ms. Morris, do we also want to consider the resolution at the same time, or should we take those separate?
Yeah, we can open them both up at the same time.
Thank you. Then I will also open R26-021, a resolution adopting a revised administrative fee schedule for the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Myself and Mr. Woolweaver will address this. This should be relatively straightforward. I would call this a cleanup ordinance, but we call that something different. So last summer, Jefferson County changed their schedule for placing and removing liens. Historically, it was charged per page at $13 for the first page and $5 each additional page. They changed that to a flat fee of $43 to place and $43 to remove. In our code, we have a listing of $50 that we charge as an administrative fee that is supposed to cover both the placing and removal of the liens and the city's fee and costs it takes us to do the work. And so what we're asking you to do tonight is two things. One, remove the $50 fee in the code and change it to a reference to our administrative fee schedule, and then ultimately approve our administrative fee schedule that is the resolution in front of you. We will be exploring what the city costs are moving forward, and Mr. Woolweaver will speak to that here in a minute, and we'll be back to you next year with a possible change to the city fee. This will enable us to make sure that the city does not eat the costs that are being passed along by the county. We will pass those costs along directly to the individual that is getting the lien. The other thing that we're doing is we're taking a look internally, because these costs have gone up, on how we're going to do liens in the future, in the hopes that we will remove many of these and not have to take them to lien.
Thank you. Is Mr. Zach Woolweaver, does he also want to present?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, my name tag is back here. Thank you, Mr. Archer, as well. Like he said, the liens administrative processing fee in the current version of 59.3 municipal liens is hard set at $50. He referenced that the city, in order to file a lien and then ultimately file a release of that lien, will incur 2 of these processing fees from the county. As Mr. Archer mentioned, the fee at the county has gone up to $43. The fee schedule that is proposed with the resolution that you are currently considering would have the administrative processing fee schedule equal to twice the county recording fee that is relevant to the property that is relevant for the property that the lien is being filed against, as well as the employee's cost of $50. We will reconsider this as, you know, we fine-tune the process and figure out exactly how much time and money each processing lien cost, or processing each lien costs for the city staff time. But this is the quick back of the napkin math as to what we thought was appropriate. In addition, while we were reviewing the administrative fee schedule, there were many services that were included in the 2014 original version of this fee schedule that are not offered anymore, such as taking passport photos. People would go to the post office next door to do that, ordering voter registrations, ordering voter information. That is Jefferson County information and data that we do not have a right to sell. So these are things that we've removed from the proposed fee schedule, but the main thrust of it is to sync up new 59.3 and our fee schedule to include the filing fees for liens.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to give public comment at this time? I have 2 signups. First is Stacy Olson. I do not see Ms. Olson here. Mr. Rawlick, here we are for you. You were on, do you want to go this one too? It's okay. It's okay. We got you. So at least we did find the other form. It's under municipal liens. So is there anyone in chambers who did not sign up who would like to give comment at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of this particular hearing, and I will open it to council questions. Councilmember Ambrose? I see no lights for questions, so, oh, sorry, you didn't hit speak. There you go, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, so I just want to make sure that I understand. We're doing the resolution and, I mean, I was just looking, I guess I didn't quite understand what Mr. Archer was asking. We're going to do the fee schedule and the ordinance at the same time?
Correct. So usually what I try to have council do, just for efficiency purposes, is when a public hearing is open for an ordinance and there's a related resolution, I'll have the mayor open them both at the same time so that council can receive, because there's overlapping information, so you can receive the same information, and then council votes separately on the ordinance and then the resolution, so that you can theoretically have the option to vote no on one and yes on the other.
Thank you. I see no questions.
Yeah, I'm happy to make the motion.
Go for it.
I move that CB 26-004, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Section 59-3 Statement of Costs or Assessments of Chapter 59 Municipal Liens of the Arvada City Code to account for increased administrative costs in processing municipal liens be approved on final reading, numbered 4920, and ordered published by title only.
All right. All votes are cast. That passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer being excused absences. And go ahead with R26-021.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that R26-021, a resolution adopting a revised administrative fee schedule for city clerk, be approved.
All right. All votes are cast. That passes 5-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Mormon and Councilmember Pfeiffer being excused absences. That is all of our public hearings this evening, so I will move us now into our second public comment. This is the 5-minute limit opportunity, and our first sign up is Ms. Patty Shannon. Welcome back, Ms. Shannon.
Can I use the overhead? Thank you. I know it's been a long night. I'll be quick. Won't take the whole 5 minutes. As we discuss the replacement of their Arvada water treatment plant, I want to focus on what should be the most important outcome of this investment: safer water. According to the Environmental Working Group's 2024 drinking water analysis for Arvada, our utility is in compliance with federal standards. But compliance doesn't necessarily mean optimal health. The report clearly states that legal does not necessarily equal safe, and that federal limits for many contaminants have not been updated in nearly 20 years. The same report identifies numerous contaminants in Arvada's water that exceeds modern health-based guidelines, including several linked to cancer. And it's about 3 screens. I can show you a couple of them, but I just have a few details that I'll give. For example, and I hope I pronounce them right, total trihalomethanes were measured at 34 parts per billion, 227 times higher than EWG's health guidelines. Haloacetic acids, HAA9, were measured at 33 parts per billion, more than 500 times higher than the health guideline. Chloroform and bromodichloromethane, both disinfection byproducts linked to cancer, were detected at levels many times higher than health-based recommendations. Hexavalent chromium, arsenic, and combined radium were also detected above modern health guidelines. Again, the system is within federal legal limits, but if we're building a new plant designed to serve Arvada for decades, the goal should not be to simply meet minimum federal standards from the early 2000s. The goal should be to significantly reduce known carcinogenic disinfection byproducts and other harmful contaminants wherever technologically feasible. We are already investing in infrastructure. Now is the time to ask, will the new treatment plant reduce trihalomethanes? Will it reduce haloacetic acids? Will it reduce hexavalent chromium and arsenic and radiologic contaminants even further? If we're borrowing against future ratepayers and issuing bonds for long-term resilience, then the standard should be forward-looking health protection, not just regulatory compliance. Water is not a luxury service. It's a daily exposure pathway. We should set a clear policy objective. The new water treatment plant should aim to meet or approach modern health-based guidelines, not legal minimums. Arvada has an opportunity to lead. Let's build a plant that reflects 2026 science, not 2006 regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we welcome back Mr. David Finch. Mr. Finch, during the break, did make a request that due to a speech impediment, he be given a little extra time. So I'm willing to grant him 6.5 minutes to accommodate. You are welcome. Oh, if you could flip that over. There you go, my friend.
I'll describe the picture. There was an older lady attending the farmer's market at the time, and she was in a walker. Yeah, no, I can bend it. Watch this, ready? I'm really talented. There we go. Thank you, though, for your help. I appreciate it. Anyway, I was talking about inclusion before I went back to the corner, and it's important to know inclusion includes us all. When we are doing ADA laws, it benefits all of the citizens of Arvada. For example, the ADA requires that the portable toilets that we have at the Arvada Old Town fairs or events that we do have signage. Of course, we're not providing that signage. But how does that benefit the public in general? A little guy who's 10 years old looking for the bathroom, can't find the bathroom because all of us are tall, with exception to me, and he can't find where the bathroom's at. What's he going to do? Well, if he had a sign, he could see where the bathrooms are. So that's really important. It's the little things that count. And and I think that's what's getting passed on by the city. And it has to do with the ADA laws. And when you're going to include people, that doesn't mean that you have to go strictly by the ADA rules. One of my things I hear all the time is, well, we meet the ADA requirements. But what do you do to help me feel, or other people feel, included, okay? And I've certainly felt included today, even though the front door lock, the automatic doors didn't work today. That's negated by the fact that everybody in the council chambers here has offered me microphones, offered me help, offered me accommodations by email when they touch bases with me. So yes, I feel very welcome and I appreciate it. And I'd like all citizens, though, to feel this way. I really love Arvada. I also want to give kudos to the Arvada Business District. The last time I appeared before you all, I had taken some pictures. I have over 400 of them now, and I'm continuing to do that. And I've been working with her on some of the issues that are central to the Old Town Arvada area with the fairs and the events. But however, there's a critical unmet need in our community. No one is monitoring our events for compliance. Currently, it appears what happened is the nonprofit or whoever it wants to hold an event, they apply plans for the planning department for approval. And I believe that's where the breakdown starts. Everyone has got used to the process, and no one is really checking. For example, if an ongoing event, let's say, is on Sunday, and the event coordinator makes changes into the layout in between the two Sundays, they do not tell the planning people they've made changes. They just do it. So now their outlay or their planning permit that they've gotten doesn't apply because they've made some changes. And I'm talking significant changes, not just move a booth 3 feet. I believe that application process needs to be reviewed and tightened up a bit. As I said earlier, the ADA laws also hold the city somewhat responsible because it is on city property, and we're going to let the lawyer look that up and shed some light upon that. One of the things that happens during the permit, and I mentioned it already with that child, is signage. Signage is very important. Some events put a map of the event out front. That's very helpful for people who are mobility impaired to see. I want to go see this booth. What's the best way to get there? It also shows the exits on the event day. So that's not being done. All that little things that what matters. And there's an issue this summer that, according to 2 business owners I talked to at one of the events that had alcohol, they had been doing what the city told them they had to do, which was not correct. It was the business district, but they felt the city was doing that. And what it is was they blocked off access to wheelchairs to their 2 businesses because they divided up the sidewalk. People in wheelchairs, or whoever, walkers even, could not get up to those businesses to have a wrap or a beer or whatever else was there. It was denying. And I talked to one of the owners who sits on the business development committee. And after a while, he started to understand why that was a problem. It wasn't just the business district's responsibility. It's the businesses, in fact, are responsible for that. Now, I realize, before I get everybody's hackles up, I realize that the city has nothing to do with the fire department. This is an example, okay? Every citizen, really, we all should be concerned about safety of citizens. Now, Mayor Simpson, I'm not asking you a question, but I'm asking you to recall an event that you went to where you turned the tree lights on. It may have been your first tree light event. And there were more than 3,000 people there. I was elbow to elbow and butt to butt, I'm being nice, to other people. My view did not change, except I noticed the little kids were getting ran over by there were so many people there. The layout of the event was all wrong, yet planning department approved it. The other thing I looked for when I pulled planning paperwork is, did the fire department sign off for it? I have seen only one occasion, and maybe I've missed it, the fire department saying, yes, we don't need to review this. Everything looks good. During that event, somebody was cooking on the city property without laying that cardboard or the tarmac, covering the tarmac so it wouldn't get greasy. Minor things. But the event coordinators and the fire department were parking up on the sidewalk with their ATV vehicle, which I thought was interesting. We have to be real cognizant. Everybody has to play a part of this. The fire department and the fire rules require that there be egress, and it really needs to extend beyond the ADA laws. The egress requirements for that event that was very, very crowded didn't happen, because what would have happened if we had a problem? How would we clear? How would the fire department get their trucks in? Now, I realize Arvada Fire has a plan for how to get a smaller fire truck into that area. but what do we do in case of an emergency?
15-second warning. Just
Okay. This city has closed the streets in Old Town for pedestrians. Let's use that space, because right now, people are putting tables and chairs up and blocking my access. And city ordinances says not to block the roadways if it would be an inconvenience to pedestrians. We were talking about words, you were talking about words you learned. Did you hear that? Inconvenience to pedestrians.
And time is
Thank you.
expired. Thank you, Mr. Finch.
Ciao for now, I'll be back.
Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give comment at this time? Oh, come on up, Mr. Green.
Long night. Good evening, council. I'm Jordan Green and live at 5210 Garrison Street. I obviously wasn't present for the public hearing on short-term rentals, but I also didn't submit a written comment because I thought the city team teed up the shot really well, and then you all shanked it. That result was a prime example of speaking out both sides of your face, as Mr. Pfeiffer likes to put it. STRs fundamentally reduce housing supply, even if it's temporary, though temporary could mean years or decades. You don't need 6 months of additional data or a nexus study to prove this. Are there larger issues contributing to housing affordability? Yes. But that doesn't mean STRs shouldn't be more regulated, especially since you had the opportunity to address the subject. More than 85% of the state's water supply is dedicated to agriculture. Does that mean people should stop xeriscaping, or the city should stop turf conversion, or the golf courses should stop conservation efforts? Of course not, because every little thing adds up and helps. Additionally, our growth is limited because of water. We're not there yet, but how do you reconcile the acknowledgement of developing what's missing and needed while also supporting taking housing off the market? Another point of hypocrisy as it relates to STRs are ADUs. How is it that someone can't build an ADU without meeting owner occupation, yet someone can operate 3 properties as short-term rentals without living in one? If we're truly concerned about housing affordability, why do we regulate ADUs that add to the housing supply more heavily than STRs that take away? Ironically, the co-founder of Airbnb, who recognizes the impact of STRs, started another company, Samara, to help address housing shortages with manufacturing ADUs. I know ADUs weren't what was addressed. However, the idea of incremental change was brought up. And as I commented previously, ADUs are an incremental increase in housing supply in existing neighborhoods with minimal or no impact to character. Likewise, the T-shot the city set up for you was also an incremental change. We would still be allowing STRs and grandfathering in the multi-property license holders, but you decided the majority of survey respondents know best. Now, this brings up the interesting dynamic relationship of city residents, elected officials, and city staff. The city staff are more or less the respective experts in their positions for who we all rely heavily on, and residents are at the top of the org chart who elect you to represent them. But does representation equate to always meeting the majority's demands? Why have a council if we can just survey every decision? I need to think through this dynamic more, but I guess it has to be a balance. I think some residents would seriously return the city to celery farms or going back to penny for gold, which could be a solid tax base if you can consistently find it. If there was another survey asking if the city should scrape every apartment building and return the land to parks and open space, I genuinely believe a majority or close to would vote in favor. Does that mean council should agree? Absolutely not. Would council? I certainly would like to think not. A recent example of council rejecting the majority with no legal interference was Allendale Elementary, a primarily single-family detached neighborhood opposing additional single-family detached houses because they considered it too dense. That takes the NIMBY cake. But you voted against them. Now, speaking of a neighborhood along with sense of community, there's also the Neighborhood Leader Network, for which I'm fairly certain there's some Allendale representation. Regardless, STRs also reduce the supply of neighbors, impacting the sense of community and eliminating opportunities to connect. Therefore, with your decision not to limit STRs further, what's the point of having such a network? When provided too much room to move, STRs generally have a negative impact on any community, and if we're not primarily a tourist destination, why are we acting like one with maintaining such a policy? Your decision supports the perpetually growing dependence on the government for housing support, which is a major red flag. There was a question asked of council candidates during the last election around the idea of planting a tree for the shade you will never experience. Your decision took some shade away. I care about the entire city more than any one neighborhood, including my own. Therefore, my last question to you is, pending I or any person, but especially younger people, continuing to afford residency here, why should we continue to invest in our community if the long-term future is not considered? Maybe a bit dramatic, but this is a matter of principle and holding a standard across the board. Consistency is what gives convictions weight. So I urge you, I hope that you reconsider your decision in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to come on back?
I'll make this quick. I want to speak to Council Morris's comments, and I want to be respectful and thoughtful here. Trust is important, particularly between the public and staff and the council. And my experiences with staff have been great. I may not like the answers I get, but they've always been respectful, responsive, and helpful. I wanted to just make it clear to all you, because we were part of this communication with the dog park there, as to how things looked and what really happened here. Because what that community saw was, oops, here's this ordinance, and when you read the language of it, it's like, oh, we're changing where things are going. Then suddenly there's this water announcement that, oh, this pump station's going to be built, and it's been discussed for months or over a year. That really created a problem there, and there was no communication with a community that's very active, with a board, and so that really brought up a lot of concern. You all did a fantastic job today, I think. You really got it. I think you really, really got it. I have to say, I love how you got the community. I live just down the street from there, 2 corgis, never gone to the dog park, went to there with the corgis. It is the most amazing community. It really is. And you guys have a concern about creating community spaces there. This is fantastic there. But I didn't want to leave tonight without making it clear that I don't think there was a real anger in it. There was a lot of concern, and we really have to, I think the lesson is, we have to make sure that we're communicating early. Words do matter and how the language is written there. What I took away from this and what you were saying on this was, well, it doesn't really change things, but when we read it, I don't see that the land development code is there, that the comprehensive plan is there, that the community input is there. It's not clear, and that was the big concern, and that's what I was really impressed that you all got. We really appreciate that. That's fantastic. I think you've made a great decision tonight, and that's all I want to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in chambers? Come on up.
Yes. Michael Langto again. I'd echo what Mark said. I think the announcement a day or two after we found out about this ordinance created a lot of anxiety, anger, frustration, and people saying, hey, this has been planned for some period of time, going back, and I think that release till September of 2025. That's what got people really going and feeling like they weren't being considered. So anyway, I appreciate tonight what everyone said. I just wanted to share a couple of things, just for everyone's kind of consideration. And Councilwoman Davis, I appreciate what you said about the dog park being designated a park. It was designated a park going back to the, as I see it, part of the, I guess, master plan for the city. I don't know if you would properly call it the ordinance or whatever that was passed on December 1st of 2003, which established the park, made it clear that this park, or the development of this park, was central to the master plan. So also within it, there was language that conveyed that that this 20-acre site was being identified and approved by the Public Works Department for dog park use. There was nothing whatsoever that I could see in anything I looked that said it was any kind of temporary thing whatsoever. And what I've heard, both with respect to 6613 and tonight, it's the first time I'm ever hearing anything like this. So I don't know if there are records that go back, if audio records were kept going back to those timeframes. But I do know that some of the people that were still involved on this side of things, the lady Katie Martin, who couldn't be here because her husband had a horrible injury, who was in her 80s and who was kind of the driving force for it, or Debbie Griffith, who was actually the person when the park actually was funded. But I certainly am going to follow up with them with respect to that, but I've never heard anything about that. The other thing I wanted to say is there was approval for the 20-acre site, and there was an expectation of 3 phases of this. The first phase was the east part of the park. The second phase became, in 2010, that's when it was approved and the second phase done. The third phase is the land that is where the dam spillway is, that grassy area there. There's been different disputes about, hey, do we move forward with that or not, because there were rattlesnakes everywhere, and did people move that? But at the same time, that's land that's there, and depending on what ends up happening, if the pump house is built on disc golf land, or it's built in the northeast corner of the dog park, there is that land. And so I wanted the city council and staff and everybody to know that's there, and there's 5,784 documents in the Arvada repository online talking about the dog park. But anyway, I wanted to share that info with you because I didn't have time to talk and get all of my things in. And I just wanted to also say to staff and everyone, you have a whole bunch of very engaged folks who are very interested. And they want, I guess, transparency in part of this, and they live in Arvada, and they know we need water. Okay, so people, we have these things. So anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody tonight and for all their time and their attention and listening to what we all had to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give comment at this time? Ms. Morris, if Mr. Brawl, wait, have you gone in the 5-minute yet? No, all right, come on up, Mr. Rollick. Sorry, I'm so used to seeing you up here, I sometimes forget which public comment you've been a part of.
I have to echo Mark and Mike, and thank you. There's still some things I hope can get worked out in 6613 regarding some other situations, and I did do that core request, and I'll be at my own expense for this, the annexation of from 1986. I think we're all searching for answers. Just like last year when we had this public hospitals debate that was in the red lines, and I thought Mayor Pro Tem Mormon made the point of definitely understanding the history of a park. So I appreciate everybody trying to find the history of a park. So it probably began somewhere in 1986. Like I said, the records are in a storage building. The Core Records Department's amazing here, and they're getting them. They got to pull them out of a box or what have you. So they'll be there. But we're going to share them with everybody because we all want to get down to the bottom of it. When we looked at the Jeffco Aspen mapper, the 142 acres generally in this area, dog park, disc golf park, and some other spot, 11/20/1987 just says $0 in order by the court, and there's a document number. And then there's 3 quick claims, also portions of it, and when you read through it, it's from Beryl Blund. I guess that's where Arvada Blund Reservoir came from, for $10. And it literally only says between Beryl and the city of Arvada. It doesn't mention water, it doesn't mention utilities, it doesn't mention a dog park either. It just is a quitclaim deed, and there's 3 of them in here. And like I said, getting down to the bottom of truly what the park is about, or what the land is about, is special to us, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time? Seeing none, I will close the second public comment section, and I will open it to reports from the City Council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and This was a great evening for public engagement, and so I think we're very lucky to live in a community where so many people come out and passionately and share with us their thoughts. So thank you, everyone in the community. I also wanted to say that Winterfest was a smashing success, and wanted to thank the Arvada Festivals Commission. It went off without a hitch. I think the only complaint that I heard the entire time was it's too hot, and we can't control that. So yeah, it was great. I would like to say give a special shout out to the Arvada Fire Protection District. They pushed in 2 engines over the past 2 weeks, Engine 58 and Engine 55, and they are in the new colors of red and black. They are amazingly fantastic, and if you have an opportunity to get out to Station 8 or Station 5, I'm sure they would love to show off their new piece of equipment. These pieces of equipment took 5 years for them from ordering it to take possession, so it's pretty neat. And then I just wanted to remind people that on Saturday into Sunday, we have to spring forward.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to bring up things from visitarvada.org, such as Romeo and Juliet at the Arvada Center, a 90s mixtape music bingo party, History Speaks, which is a historical tour about the Arvada Water Tower. There are herbs and dahlia classes at Ector's. There's also a Hini Matsuri Festival, which is Japanese doll festival at Simpson United Methodist. There's bunny yoga, and you can plan for St. Patrick's Day. I don't know more about bunny yoga, sorry. I don't know if you pretend you're a bunny or they're actual bunnies. Bunny yoga, go find out. And you can plan for St. Patrick's Day in Old Town, but Lucky's Brewery also has St. Pat's the easy way, where you could find parking if you're worried about parking. I mean, our bars are really trying to outcompete each other for St. Patrick's drinks, so go to both. Anyway, that's my announcement. Thanks.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention that the ADA requests and some of the other public comment around that for the Business Improvement District, as the liaison to the bid, it's already noted, and I'll be bringing it up next time I'm at a meeting there and just seeing where we're at for that.
I will quickly just second the comments of my colleagues. It was a fantastic weekend. A huge congratulations to the Greater Arvada Chamber of Commerce for their 101st annual dinner. It was a Wizard of Oz Wicked theme. As a musical theater nerd, I had way too much fun. Ms. Sheck and I were singing Popular at our table together. Also got back out to Griffith Station, which is our Habitat for Humanity project. Those are coming along very nicely. And Winterfest, I agree, was a total blast. It was too hot, especially for February. My joke was we need to call it Arvada Fest or Spring Fest because it was not winter out there. Big thanks to our Sustainability Committee who were out there running a booth, as well as our Arts and Culture Commission volunteers as well who were out there. Mr. Wick, any items from you this evening?
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Yes, I would like to spend a few minutes with you talking about my team. And what I want to say about this is that this is probably one of the best staff teams that I have ever worked with. I have a high level of trust and confidence in all of them. And I know that there's been a fair amount of criticism about the city team tonight. What I would like to say about that is that our city team are some of the most thoughtful, engaged people that have the heart of the community in mind when we are working through trying to resolve issues and bring things to you or to help our community address issues. And I think a lot of our public realizes that if they reach out to our city team and ask questions, that we will work with them and try to answer those questions. And oftentimes they bring forth really good information that we can go back and think about and consider before we bring those things to you. And some of the criticism that I heard tonight I felt was unfair for the city team. At the same time, We also recognize that there are good, positive comments that were made that brought forth things that we'll go back and take a look at, and that's the way that it should work. But I want to emphasize to all of you that I have a great deal of trust and confidence that our directors are not out there acting willy-nilly. Ryan Stevenson is not going to go out and change a park designation without the process to be followed and the things that need to be done. And while I appreciate the public comments and the feedback for it, at the same time, it's important, especially for you as the city council, to know that our city team always has the best interest of our community in mind, and that's first and foremost. I also want to talk very briefly about, I know this is a little thing about spray paint. The comments made it sound like if you go to buy spray paint, you're gonna, get a summons or something like that from our police officers. And I would just like to say that our police officers are highly trained individuals who don't just show up on something and decide that, well, the law says you're under 18, so you're gonna get a ticket. Rather, they're investigators, and they actually look at what a person has to say that they're doing. And if in the case of Councilmember Ambrose, where she sent her children to go buy paint, good for them for not selling it. But if you were with them or you gave them permission, our officers are not going to cite those people. And if they're working on a construction site or doing something else and we can find out that they're legitimately there, it's very unlikely that our police officers are just going to take some sort of action. And then if that's not enough, our judge is also in place to take a look at these kinds of cases and make sure that we're appropriately applying the law, using discretion, and doing that in a way that actually serves the community interest. And I can tell you that while there may be questions about why underage is prohibited from buying spray paint, when you see kids that are out there with spray paint huffing on the street and they're damaging themselves from what they're doing, or they're engaging in illegal criminal mischief by spray painting people's cars, or doing a lot of these different things, there's reasons why we have some of these laws in place. And to just call it unintended consequences without recognizing that there are real consequences for what this behavior actually means, we're missing an important part of what this is all about. So I would just end this by saying that I want you to know that we have a good, strong, solid team. We work very hard to uphold the city's values, and we hire people based on that. And we're not always going to be right, and there's always things that we can learn, and we can always get better, and that's what we intend to do. But you have a really good, strong, solid team of city employees that are supporting you in the work that you're doing.
Mr. Wick, that is absolutely not in doubt by this council. So.
And I do believe that, and I also want our public to know too the strength of our city team, who are really there for each and every one of our residents.
Absolutely.
Moving on, tomorrow we are going to be hosting high school students from Arvada High School and Arvada West High School. We're going to have about 50 to 60 students here tomorrow, and the purpose of that is to engage our youth in the work of the comprehensive plan. And we have extended an invitation to any of our council members that are able to attend for a lunch so that you can engage with those students. So for those of you that are able to make it, that would be great. If not, this is a great example of how our city team tries to engage with our public from all ranges of people that live in Arvada. And finally, next week, you have a couple of workshops. One is on potential ballot measure research findings, and secondly is the solid waste hauling and the recycle program. So we'll look forward to seeing you next week on those programs. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Morris?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right, we stand adjourned.